What is up, y'all? It's your boy Yannick coming at you today. We started a little late due to some delays for the Church of MHA, episode 19, chapter 314, live reaction and discussion. Now, y'all know we got the man responsible for all the hype, the man who tells you to leave a like. We got Bishop Ponzu in the building.
Let's go! Here I am. I'm back for you guys. Horrible reverse. Let's go.
Now, and a shocking twist, we have a legend, the lurking legend of the MHA community, the man single-handedly responsible, the butterfly stepped on back in time that led to Caleb Cook being slain and taken off Twitter. We have my friend Tarnish on the stream tonight.
Yes, sir, that is me. I did do those things, but I love MHA like anybody else.
Oh, I can't wait. I can't wait to read that chapter right now.
Man, we got legendary Caleb Cook killer Tarnish on stream. All right.
Sometimes you gotta body your own translator because we can't make exceptions.
Man, you know what? Let's see how many people we got in here. Let's see. No, 22.
Bro,
right.
you know how funny that really is though, that I bodied the translator and I faithfully read his translations every Sunday.
Like you didn't like, okay, so the thing is that like that's why I call you the butterfly stepped on back in time. Because it's like you were like, yo, what's up with this translation? Like the only person I know like attached to this, and then like everybody was like, well, clearly Caleb Cook has a massive agenda.
Well, I went with the flow.
You just like let people say whatever, because like you was like, I don't know what's going on here. It was not, it like became way more than you ever meant for it to be, if we being real. Like it was not supposed to go down like that. Oh yeah, that was rough. Hey, okay. Let's see. Oh, we hit the 30 mark.
Yep.
Let me actually post this on Twitter real quick since.
For sure. I need to post everything else on Twitter.
I'm still moderating the chat, so if y'all say any fuckery, I'm gonna get banned.
It's true. Tarnish has been a mod for a while now.
Yeah, that's true. I know that. That's why it was so funny to hear that he will do his job on stream too. I like that.
Yeah, I'm still watching the chat.
Loyal on his posts.
Like, out here. Let me cool. All right, post it where it needs to be posted. And we hit 36. Boom. You're not even late, Sixer. You right on time because we late today. So it works out.
I was about to say, like, you wasn't even late, bro. Like,
but I am about to start the chapter.
Yeah, these two haven't even read the chapter, only me.
Man, I mean, that's because you unclean, so it don't count.
Hey, I'm talking about the officials. I ain't talking about the scams.
All right. Start chapter, My Hero Academia, chapter 314, the lovely lady Nagant. As usual, Horikoshi's aware that people are simping. Am I wrong?
You're not wrong. That's true. I was talking about this like yesterday.
I'm one of those people. Every panel of her this chapter is just amazing.
Also, you notice that like now that like once we get past like chapter 150-ish, Horikoshi's like, all right, it's time to admit that I like buff women. And like, because like every woman has like muscle detail.
It's logical to live in a world where they have to perform physically.
Oh, yeah.
What do you think? That's a fact.
I love it. I love that. Like he was like, all right, like it's time to keep it real with y'all though. Like my smoke stream won't spread very far in the rain, so she should be able to instantly react to my scattered decoys. She took the bait and now I've got her. He's even faster now. What was this little punk up to while he was hiding in the smoke? The best way to handle a sniper is to get close. I'm gonna make you tell me everything you know about All for One. Oh, you think you've won? Let's see. Ooh, that looks like that's a Mach 2 transformation. So she's got high speed transforming. I'm not spilling anything. Ooh, Did it spike out? Damn. The Safety Commission taught me everything I know. Then why work for All for One? You know he's plotting to take over everything, right? So why? I know you used to be a hero. All you're seeing is that phony sense of order they've manufactured. No wonder people tinged by it can't understand the truth. Tinged? Damn it, I had her right where I wanted her, but the third was right. My parallel quirk processes are all screwed up. From behind, I was exhausted. After so much killing. Ooh, and it was all to preserve our sham society. Say there was a group plotting acts of terrorism against heroes. When you have people like that, people of shaking the bedrock of our society, or a hero team colluding with a gang of villains while gaining fame and fortune, law and order won't cut it. They have to disappear along with their crimes. I called it! The Safety Commission gave me those classified missions.
Let's go.
What did I say? All right, so almost guaranteed she got caught doing a hit now. Like, once upon a time, vigilantes played the role of heroes and won the people's trust. In turn, the country made sure they kept doing their part. At the end of the day, trust in heroes is the foundation of a superpowered society. And me, I was a cog set in place to keep that system running nice and smooth. A system with two sides to it, a front and a back. Wait, no, we haven't done anything yet. We only started talking about, the splatter. A system that needed both sides to maintain itself. So I obeyed. I complied. I did my duty. Lady, we're big fans. Can we shake your hand? For you guys? Sure, as a special treat. And the PTSD. The thing, Horikoshi does it every time, man. We're huge fans. Shake our hands. Oof. A system so fragile it made my head spin. I was exhausted.
Wait 2 seconds. The kid, his nose, he looked like a pig, man.
Yeah, because like the mutant quirks are spreading more and more.
That's an ugly ass kid.
So just to say that he's pervert, you know what I mean?
That's an ugly ass fucking kid. I ain't gonna lie.
Horikoshi is too good. Horikoshi is too good.
Yeah, he knows how to draw ugly kids, and then he got the little girl right next to her who looks like a little like an Aries.
Yes.
Like, man. All right. Let me keep going. Stop roasting the child.
Why are kids fans of snipers? Like, what type of hero was she?
Well, I mean,
she looked good.
So you got to think about it this way, right? It's like the same way the Hawks had that like PR prep and like that conditioning. She would have got it too. They went through like the same programs and stuff. So she's out here getting like the PR treatment. So she knows she can go out here and do like certain public missions every now and then. You know, they got to make sure she has some public missions and like does like, so let's say she does like a quick robbery handling like publicly because she has a job 30 minutes from now where she's going to go bust up and do like what she did in like the previous shot. Pun intended. Like, so it's like you get these public like, oh yeah, she saved the day, and then she's out here massacring people behind closed doors. And when like, you see, I was talking about how like the caliber of bullets she like fires, like somebody was like, oh, they're not a set caliber, and I was like, I know they're not a set caliber because they're way bigger than anything we shoot normally. Like that's my point.
I'm still wondering if she could shoot like explosive rounds or flame bullets because they said she could make anything out of the bullets. They only gave 2 examples, which was hollow point and another one that
curving rounds. Yeah, but like we also see that she's able to make rounds that have speaker devices in them. So
exactly.
So she can make. That's why I said like maybe one of the things she wants the schematics of the Quirk erasing bullets. But like
maybe when she fights like regular villains and she's not trying to kill them, she makes like dull bullets that are like.
Yeah, she probably makes way smaller rounds.
Sure,
like,
for sure. She
like BB gun type rounds. I'm talking like.
Yeah, because she was making like the equivalent, like she literally makes like attack helicopter size like rounds like for her bullets. It's insane. So,
damn, bro.
I was exhausted. A phony sham. These two they've been inciting ordinary civilians to commit crimes before hunting down those freshly minted criminals and collecting the rewards. But now these bad Apple heroes are about to go missing. Is killing them really going to improve society? Making people believe everything's puppies and rainbows. Is that any better than brainwashing? Nagant. It's all necessary. Someone must preserve the hope and faith that the front-facing heroes have built up. Preserve, huh? And after that, then what? I'm sure you're quite aware that this isn't a job you can simply walk away from. President, you're a strong one. You killed the president of the Safety Commission at that time. That never made the news. They claimed you killed another hero during an argument. Yep. Even then, the Safety Commission has to keep up the illusion. Internal disputes? Mutiny? No way. That wasn't for the public to know. You really are that ignorant, huh? This superpowered society is a gilded daydream seen through rose-colored glasses, but it's a paper-thin, a fragile illusion. Say
Hallelujah!
The status quo, then what?
Hallelujah!
History
Damn, man,
will just repeat
this.
itself.
I wanted this so far. Let's go. That Deku is just seeing getting what the society is. He's okay. Oh damn.
Nah, I'm sorry. Like, what was that dude thinking he was finna do with that little pistol he had in his against the god? What he thought was about to happen to him?
I don't know, man. I don't know. I don't give a fuck. I'm just happy right now. Oh, bro.
Like
80 people on stream, guys. When you come on the video, like the video, show your love. Thank you. But yeah, wow, this chapter just every page, man, and even he used the shots as
it ain't over.
It ain't
over shots, yet.
Oh man, look, I think he Horikoshi used the shots
you're talking about the panel dividers? Like
yes, damn, that man.
Like, look, Horikoshi understands how to use the medium of manga very well, specifically. Mm-hmm. That's why, like, when we were talking about the Shigaraki's hair thing throughout, like, a lot of NBA, and like, I was like, no, like, you gotta realize that either like his hair was like always white and he just drew blue on that volume cover, or like you could say it transcended, but more than likely it's just that like it just ended up being the wrong color on that volume, and it is what it is. Rip bones, because like they got to deal with that shit. Like,
you know, Twitter is gonna be like a massacre when NBA gets animated,
and that's what's so like messed up about that, because like, bro, like
if his hair is not white, it's a movie on Twitter.
And it's like, bro, like, you know, they got set up. We all know they got set up. Why are y'all gonna do them like that?
I knew his hair wasn't gonna be white from a movie too. I'm like, yeah, it's over, because that movie takes place after NBA.
Mm-hmm. I was like, it's not gonna be white, and that's because they got set up and they can't, like, they got to maintain consistency now. Mm-hmm. Like, it's just unfortunate.
They can change the hair color after the operation. Yes, after the operation.
Like if they do it, they can probably get away with it. They can use the operation as a good excuse. Mm-hmm. But they're just kind of like screwed on that one. At least the future ruled over by All for One will be a hell of a lot more transparent. Over there, fifth pinpoint focus. Ooh. Look at that. See, okay.
Deku got techniques with Black Whip now.
I'm glad to see also, though, one of the things that I had talked about is that, if you remember, I was like, Black Whip is really long when he uses higher calibers of it. And so to see him use like the pinpoint and try to like get the attack is pretty nice. Ooh, and then the foot, that's it. This kid, he analyzed my moves based on my shot trajectories. Maybe I was ignorant, but I'm starting to see things clearly. He's fast. Ooh, them airwalks. It's not all black and white. Most things in this world are shades of gray, a blend of fear and anger. Swept their pain under the rug with maggots crawling out, which is exactly why I've got to extend a helping hand. That phony education's done wonders for you. Even in midair, he dodged to protect his joints from my taking damage. He's focused on reading my patterns and invading. Fine. Then how about one more thing to think about? You done yet? Gotta get to the boss. Chisaki. Horikoshi's in his bag with
the
this fight.
battlefield.
Like, dog. This is
Bro,
wild.
do you see all the smears on Deku's face as he moves around through this chapter? Like this fight is so fast and action packed.
Damn.
Like,
I'm learning a lot just by just reading this because I'm studying like storyboard for myself and oh damn, bro. Perspective, everything. Horikoshi's too good.
and the way that like he's actually using the raindrops and sweat as like Deku's moving.
Wait. So this was actually like, so we're done with the chapter now. This was like a big discussion during the scans. So like, how would y'all feel if she really like tried to shoot at Overhaul and Deku took the bullet for him, like Mirio did for Eri and Overhaul, and there was like a parallel. I'm fine with it because that's consistent to Deku. He's not gonna let somebody get shot, no matter who it is.
Like, yeah, that is consistent in Deku's character. Oh,
but most people were like, "Oh, it's Overhaul. Like, who gives a fuck if he gets shot? Like, who cares about him?"
yeah, like that's how you want Deku to be, but then you also have to realize that part of the issue with like society is that heroes were willing to adapt that approach. So now Deku's stuck like, is this the time to be that dude, or is that only going to exacerbate issues further in the long run?
I mean, he just said like a page before, that's exactly why I got to extend the helping hand. And he's put in a situation where, okay, you improve yourself. And the guy is sweating on the last page. So most people think that she's hoping Deku jumps in front of it because she does like Overhaul.
Right. Like she's because the thing is that she knows at this point that if he reaches her again, that he can end the fight. This is basically like whoever lands like a real hit wins at this point, which is how like a fight with a sniper rifle and super strength steel boots probably should really work. Because like if he would have, instead of like been trying to talk to her, just straight up kicked her in the spine or something right here, then like the fight's over. But he's trying to get information. And if he would have gone for like a black whip wrap, then he really would have been able to find. But yeah, he's probably
that's what I wanted him. That's what I wanted him to do at the start of the chapter. Like he's upside down in midair, asking her where's all for one. I'm like, dude, you need to like subdue her real quick before you start trying to interrogate her.
Right, like hit her with a primary lotus.
Wait, if she got hit with a Detroit smash, she should be done. Like
I'm just saying, like but that's okay because like Deku's inexperienced, and like that's one of the things that I think is like worth like within character like Horikoshi maintains throughout the series. It's like,
yes,
all right, cool. Deku learned this, and this, but like, and Deku's learned how to do multiple things at the same time. But just because you can do multiple things at the same time, you understand how to do multiple things doesn't mean you're always going to put them in the right order. And so he prioritized his question over the actual active duel, which cost him. Because he more than likely thought, all right, she's going to see that I just flew up through a building and I'm holding her, so she's just going to stop. And it's like, no. This is like someone who is like full on trained, been at it, and has caught bodies. She's not going to stop just because you grabbed her arm, especially if you didn't even grab the right arm. Like,
well, I'm just... Right now, I'm not talking. I'm just shook because everything that I kept saying.
This chapter was really good.
That chapter was made for me, literally. So, because this stuff was the thing that I was always saying in every stream about Deku. That Deku really needs to face the reality of this world, because the way that he's thinking about fixing stuff, it was really the wrong way. Really the wrong way. And Nagant said also, she listed my words. If you just do what you just bring the status quo back, everything will repeat itself. So, what do you want? Oh man, oh shit, I'm just speechless.
That's why when the series ends, Hawks is gonna become president of the Public Safety Commission.
That's a good idea. Really, this is the first time I heard about this. So, and I agree with this event. It is really a good idea. Maybe we'll die before because he's lost right now. So no, and
He is
he
walks.
walks. He walks.
He is walks.
He walks. So the fact that he walks, and
So-
yeah,
I mean, Horikoshi said that Hawks is going to be a light of hope. He's one of the youngest active characters right now. I don't really see him dying. Like, the only hole in theory right now is when Shigaraki finds out about Twice, he might like just be like, nah, we got to kill him immediately.
yeah, that because
Other
that's
than that, I can see Hawks living until the end of the series and taking over the commission. Like,
I think that's what would be almost like necessary on a political level.
yes. Mhm.
because
And he's the only person they would
Deku can't,
trust.
yeah, Deku can't do everything. Or if Nagant gets a redemption arc, she could take over the commission. Like,
I mean, the thing about her character is that she's basically being set up to have that option on the table
Yes, that's what I was thinking about too. Because
because
she's
that PTSD scene exists for a reason. Like, and the reason she killed the president wasn't even because like necessarily like, oh, I'm just like doing this for fun. It was like, oh, this dude is literally acting like he about to like pull up and murk me.
I don't know what he thought he was about to do, because I know he got like a little 9mm, like, and she got a whole big ass rifle at her arm, and you know she's caught bodies. Was like, I don't know who this guy thought he was, honestly.
Like, and I mean, she said you're a strong one, and I believe that like that you have to be at least a decent one, like a hero. So he probably was like, but he was probably good for his time, and good for your time
Also,
in MHA is a very, very important distinction. Because like, let's be real, like based on Andrew Lalavar with the super chat real quick. How much in detail do you guys think Horikoshi will go with the Hero Commission? I want to know how they first started, but I don't know if he's going that in detail. I think that we keep getting chapters like this for a reason, especially because I think it's worth noting that we always were cutting to this is what the Hero Commission is doing. This is what the Hero Commission is doing, especially after Kamino, where it's like, okay, this is their approach. This is why the provisional license exam is structured this way. Then you like get there around the Pro Hero arc, and you get the missions being handed to Hawks. So you get their perspective during like NBA. You get the perspective during, and so like we're constantly coming back to the Hero Commission, and then we get to the killing of the Hero Commission. Their existence as an entity has so much impact that they're also the reason why we can't get international heroes to come to Japan right now, because of proper approvals aren't going through, and now the borders are shut down. The Hero Commission is the branch of government we care about and focus on the most. So we definitely will be going more into detail onto their existence. In fact, the whole point of this interaction likely is to set up a conversation between Hawks and Deku that dives more deeply into what the Hero Commission really did and what they were about while Hawks was under there.
yes,
yeah,
that's the reason.
because Hawks told Deku that Nagant was his former like senpai, and then he found out all this information from her. So he might have a situation like in the overhaul arc where he approached All Might, like, why didn't you tell me about Mirio? He's gonna probably ask Hawks, like, why didn't you tell anybody about this?
Mhm.
When we told you about One for All, you didn't tell us about the commission.
That's the thing about it that's really interesting, because you have to understand this happened in the rule when All Might was ruling. This happened when All Might was doing his stuff, working. This was also happening.
And that's the other crazy thing about this is that it kind of means that almost everything about All Might was a lie. Like literally everything about All Might was a lie. Even him being the symbol of peace is a lie now.
Yes, that's what I was feeling. Like I told that last, I think in one of the stream about All Might didn't help, just made the society like more fake than something else. You know, he wasn't really quite socially for people. He didn't help a lot. He helped the society to feel safer, yes, but not in a socially awkward way. Because right now what we see is that All Might being the symbol of peace just gave them like or more work for the most shitty stuff that All Might couldn't handle, because he was working. From what we see in Vigilantes, he was jumping to city just to do everything that he was just stopping everyone that he saw. Then he went to another city, but like the only one that he was really like doing an investigation was All For One. The only one that villain that he was really working. That's what I'm feeling right now, is that when he was like you have like Endeavor was doing investigations. That's why that he did the most that he concluded the most jobs, if I remember well. But All Might was just going to cities, stopping every villain, go to the next one, and when you see the difference is that in the backyard, in the backside of the society, the place that Hawks lived, that place of the society, even the I will say in the area or of the Spinner lived too. These people, they don't believe in the All Might idea. You know what I mean? That's more in the big cities that we see that too.
Yeah.
So yeah, it is really interesting. I don't know where Overcrush will go with that one, but yeah, for sure, he's on the right way. Really.
Also, Jorge Valdez says, yes, this episode helps my agenda that Deku ain't killing nobody. Memes aside, sorry for missing last week, guys. No need to apologize, Jorge. Just glad I hope you just got to watch the VOD at least. Yeah, everything. Yes, we taking everything from All Might. Possibly even his life eventually. Actually, at this point,
definitely his life eventually.
This is something that I think is kind of interesting because now at this point, to a certain degree, everything about All Might himself is dead. Like
yes,
except him. He's the only thing that is
except Toshinori Yagi. Everything that made All Might is dead.
Bro, his statue has a sign on it that says "I am not here." His whole for no reason. He wasn't even in the war, and they still tried to cancel him after the war.
Yeah, no, they just because they took All Might for that symbol. Is that more All Might was the symbol of the perfect hero, you know? So the whole hero society became a symbol of this. So when he is not here and the heroes failed, they just put it on him, literally. So he's a god. He's a god. Look at Deku. He's a religion. He's All Might. He's All Mightism. I'm telling you. He has fans like
nigga said his religion.
Yeah, but All Might, I'm telling you, yes, he keeps saying that. Keeps saying that he's not perfect, that even that he's human, that right now, just the fact that he was talking with Deku, that there is people dying there that he can't save. That he said that himself. That's the thing. That's why All Might is so well written, because he accepts that he's human, but he does his best as he can, and we see that in Vigilantes really well too. But he's just doing that in Japan. But he said in the other side of the world, there is people that need me, but I'm not there. So I'm failing already.
Yeah, I think the problem with All Might is that he knows that he's human. He accepts that he's human. Like, he knew he was gonna die eventually. Like, he knew the whole series that he was gonna die because of Night Eye. But despite him knowing that he's human, he still tries to act like, you know, a god or a figure. He still puts up appearances, like, despite him knowing that he's human.
And that's the thing that's like crazy about, because to a certain degree, that's why like the people who were like, oh, I like other characters. Like they're like, oh, Endeavor just gets the job done. So I'm a big Endeavor stan because like all he does is like show up and kick ass and go about his day. But like All Might has this image and this idea, and like he comes forward and he's like super commercial, and he's technically almost everything Stain hates, while like saying it like he wants to do it for a good idea, like for a good cause though. That's what makes it weird. Like all the commercialism and stuff that like All Might brought to heroism that Stain hates, you know, like so for All Might, he was like, if I do all these things, if I like create this image, if I like make people feel safe, and it's almost like All Might focused too much on how people felt and not enough on what the actual state of the world was.
Yes. That's, you really said the right thing to say, because he did something. He tried to do, it's like he tried to make the society better, for sure. But the thing is that, you know, with Captain America, you get the Falcon and the Winter Soldier. You get at one moment, one of the characters said like, the problem with super soldiers is that of heroes, we put them on pedestal, and they become like an idea, like Captain Rogers. You know what I mean? So people can see then the bad effect of them, and that's what happened to All Might. Literally, people like they can see the most of the people can see the bad effect of All Might on the society. And that's why you have all the villain aspect that say no, All Might wasn't that great, you know. You get the Shigaraki effect because he always thought that somebody would save him, but would save him was a villain. You get this. You get the Spinner. You get all aspect with Dabi, all this stuff. He created a symbol. Yeah, like he wanted. Yeah, like you said, he created a symbol. The fact that he wanted to create a symbol. The problem with the symbols is that you're a human, and symbol is a thing that we put on a paper. You know what I mean?
Right. A symbol is an idea. A symbol is an idea. It's an image. But you're a real person, and a symbol can't actually save you.
Yes.
Like All Might as the symbol isn't saving you. All Might, the person, saves you. So when you're in the middle of a back alley and you are watching a live stream and got your AirPods in, and you're like, wow, look at All Might whooping the shit out of this really high tier threat like 40 miles away. And then you get jumped because you've just been staring and not paying attention. And you're like, oh no, All Might.
That's what happened. That's what happened to that dumbass civilian before NBA with Shoto and Bakugo versus those thugs.
It's an ice carnival. Bakugo was like, hold up, let me not fold this dude to save your dumb self. And then was like, get out of here. What are you doing? He straight up said, if you want to die, go somewhere else. Also, real quick, R Blast said All Might didn't realize the imperfections, but Deku was painfully aware of them. Deku was having a very painful reckoning. Because I don't think he's thought about like we see this flash now to the incident with the Fox lady, and I'm very curious if Deku was gonna kind of like confront any of the ideas of like discrimination, especially because like now that we have that, and like you got to think about like his interactions with Tokoyami, he knows that Shoji's dealt with like that discrimination, and like that's why, and like Shoji going so far as to wear a mask all the time to hide his face. So since we know that these are like things that Deku may or may not be coming into contact information, he's probably like getting a hold of. That discrimination arc does seem like something that is plausible, but also it seems like something that Deku like has to almost take a back seat for, where I think that he might actually spend more time like propping up Tokoyami. Because if you remember, like back to the sports festival, it's kind of a callback there, where he like chose Tokoyami to be the center point and the foundation, and like once again we might have that like him like reaching out to Tokoyami, Shoji, and then that's how like that art gets rolling and starts focusing more on them and their perspectives.
Yeah. The thing about this Deku is that when we just give you a sketch about Deku, we know that he lives in a family that he never had to worry about what to eat. First thing that we know about him, so he lived in a good situation as a kid. His mother bought every stuff that he wanted for all the All Might merchandise, so he was a believer in All Might. We get this about him. And we know that he was bullied at school because he didn't have a quirk. For him, having a quirk was the coolest thing ever. You know what I mean? So people that look different but had a quirk, he just thought to himself, people, you have quirks. That's cool. You know what I mean? So sometimes he can. From what I understand is that he can see he see the discrimination, but he can really don't understand it. Like in a certain way,
he wasn't involved in Quirk society until like a few months ago.
Yes,
he was just quirkless.
He was just quirkless, so he was the one bullied. So he didn't have the bring attention to those details, because even the other ones who had bad quirk, what the society sees as bad quirks, I will say, like that are scary, but people think like this.
Never forget that Deku got bullied by some guy whose quirk is that he could pull his eyeballs out his socket.
Yeah, yes. That too. Like there was people with bendy fingers, and I can pull my eyes out, nails, and dude with long nose and hair that covers his eyes, and it's like, let me roast this dude, because it's like, bro, your power is lame. He's probably better off in a fight. Your nose is just an extra spot to hit, and you can't see.
I'm pulling your eyeballs out.
Like,
that's
bro,
the thing.
I'll throw some sand in between your like retina and your cornea, and then you'll just have itchy eyes the rest of the fight. You won't be able to put them back in your socket. Then what?
Yeah, Sorry.
Real quick, I used to type comments about Spider-Man said, if you think about it, the Safety Commission and Stain are on the same side. Stain was killing false heroes while the Safety Commission were actually killing dirty heroes.
Yeah, I was thinking, I was like, what's up with those people like that they said they got after? Like they turned civilians into criminals and then assaulted them. Like they basically became bounty hunters.
Yep.
Yeah. Which is kind of ironic because people were like, because if you remember, they were like, your pro heroes aren't bounty hunters is something that was said to Aizawa.
That Aizawa's fucking teacher
Yeah.
in the Vigilantes flashback. His principal was like, oh, you're turning into a bounty hunter because you want to just hunt villains.
And he was like, "Nah, bro, I'm just here to follow people. I'm just, like, it's not that big of a deal. Like, I'm not trying to be famous, and my quirk doesn't even like enable that."
Yo, Aizawa probably got banned. I ain't gonna lie. Like,
oh, he should, because he is out here whooping on people like it's breakfast. So
that's why Miss Joke. That's why Miss Joke want him so much. Like, damn, you got the bag.
Yeah, well, Miss Joke can kick rocks. Yeah. Everybody knows I'm anti Miss Joke and Aizawa.
Really?
Yes.
I love that contrast as a couple. Like they're like positive and negative, you know?
So
that's like extreme.
So the thing is like those kinds of like dynamics almost only work in a fiction.
Mm-hmm.
But like, and since MHA is usually more faithful to like realistic character interactions, and like all that would happen is like Aizawa would be burned out and like tired and stressed from having a super loud, obnoxious wife, and then he would be depressed every day. Like that's all that would happen. Because he would not ever get peace.
Maybe she quit being a hero. You don't know what.
Whenever they get into an argument, it's like his eyes are just gonna be so red because she's gonna keep trying to make him laugh.
Right, like no, don't gaslight me. Get out of here. Go away.
Yo, did y'all notice in that in the panel of her like in her school self talking about all for one's future is brighter, blah blah blah. In the panel, like that's the same lady that we know from the commission from the flashback behind him. Like the one that Redestro killed, that's the same lady with the old president that Nagant killed.
Which panel are they in? Let me find it real quick.
Page 13.
Oh yes, Hillary Clinton.
Yeah.
She looks so much better in her younger days.
Yo, bro. Good old days, man.
It's so, and like what's scary to think about though is that she's a little older than Hawks when they're pulling up to her, but she still looks to be like at most like 12.
Nah, Hawks was like 5 when they pulled up on her.
Yeah.
Like they wasted no time. And she has bandages on her arm. So like I want to know like what the story of that is.
Well, I assume that like she might have been like a late bloomer or was in some contest and somebody might have like tried to attack her. Yeah, and she had to defend herself or something like that.
Bro, they really just pulled up on kids. This is not okay.
Right, like the Hero Safety Commission. So on one hand, it's like, well, they seem to wait until they're older before they go out in the field. But on the other hand, it's still really weird. It's like
how much do you want to bet her name? How much do you want to bet her name probably isn't even really Lady Nagant? It's just we don't even know her real name, like Hawks. Her name just got erased.
Yeah, because that's
no. It's not their name for sure, but that's just like she's more like. I will say it's more like I don't think that they make their own names. They were given. There were like codes, you know, like codes that you get from as a soldier. You know what I mean? Because they're a soldier, literally. They're a soldier in training from young child. You take some childs, you make them, you give them your. It's like brainwashing. You make them, you train them, you give them a purpose. Then they go face the reality, and they see the reality is not what it seems. You know what I mean? That's what happened to Nagant. That's typical. You see that in every movie, but here in My Hero Academia, it's so well done. It just makes the story better. because it is something. It is a common trope to have the person who look up to the society, work for it, thought that it's going to be good to be a soldier to help the society. You know, make the world a better place. Then face the reality and sees, oh shit, the reality is not white and black.
Yeah, like,
And but the fact that trope is something that we face every day, even yourself as a person, you know. So it is relatable that sometimes you think that something is like this, but you see your parents are not perfect, they're not gods, they have bad stuff, they have good stuff also in them, you know. So it is
Wait,
always, you can always use that.
wait, wait, I see them talking about this in the chat. Yo, not only Aizawa, but I wonder why the commission didn't pull up on like Bakugo or somebody like that.
okay, I'm not going. So
Like,
with Bakugo, they probably misread him as a person. Because like if you think about it, because he's loud and like they're like, oh, he can't keep a secret. He wouldn't be able to. That's more than likely how they viewed him. But if they knew who Bakugo actually was, yeah, they would have been like, excuse me, sir. We would like to raise you to be the #1 hero. Like, and Bakugo would have been like, what? You'll train me to get that hard? Bet.
He would have gone for it.
Like, he would have gone for it at 10. He would have been like, bet.
Mitsuki wouldn't have gone for that. Mitsuki wouldn't have gone for that. He was like, you're not taking my son.
Bakugo would have been like, all right, I'll box the commission right now. Show me y'all hard since you can train me. Like,
so no, at that I really think if Bakugo would have went there as a young child, man, he would have become a villain for sure. That I'm telling you, he would have become a villain because when he will see the real.
I really don't think Bakugo is that hard to control because at the end of the day, like, when have we ever seen Bakugo disrespect authority?
That's
like,
why. That's what I would say. That's what I said that because he will. This will. If Bakugo as a young child would have go to the commission and become a trainee, become a soldier of the society, and he would have faced the reality of stuff, his view of All Might would have changed a lot. It would have destroyed his belief of what the hero is. You know what I mean? So it would the fact that he's so extreme, he would have gone for the other side, literally. That's it, because it is because that he went to school, that he saw stuff like this, that he had a gradual stuff, that he was not ingrained to believe in the society. You know what I mean?
That is Yorimusha.
Yeah. So I was about to say something about that because they mentioned it in the chat.
Yeah, that's why I was looking at it too.
Wow, yeah. Yorimusha. What's your
in page 7? If you look, it's like once upon a time, vigilantes played the role of heroes and won the people's trust. In turn, the country made sure they kept doing their part. And now that especially like putting Yorimusha here, which I think the reason why he's in dark, the fact that he's darkened out, but that is blatantly Yorimusha, more than likely means we're getting focus on him later.
Stain killing him, and that's it.
Yeah, we get a focus on him later. Because
he really did some fuck shit. He was like, I just wanted to be loved and respected. So
right.
Man, I see also the favorite hero of Kirishima in the back, above her head, the pointy head.
You think that's Crimson Riot right there?
Yeah, the Crimson Riot. We see also the thing of because he has like a pointy hairstyle. Then he has like some I forgot how to call it in English. We call it the thing of the jacket, like le col. I forgot the word. I'm gonna find it right now on Google. To translate.
Fortunately, we don't know how old Yorimusha is.
Yeah,
he went outside.
But I do want to say that the advent of All Might had One for All specifically stated for 40 years. So that's like the longest the advent of All Might could have been. Yorimusha is older than All Might. So when we talk about like the vigilantes, and like you see him in the background here.
Mm-hmm. When All Might came onto the scene, Yorimusha was rubbing his hands like Birdman, like easy pickings.
What do you think are the other heroes that we see? Because I see 4 people that were given the details. So we got the Crimson Riot, we got Yorimusha, the one with the wings type hairstyle. He
That
looks like
kinda-
someone that we know. He
that
looks like
ki-
some.
It kind of looks like Crust, but I'm pretty sure it isn't Crust.
Nah,
Mhm.
don't try to play Crust like that. Don't try to-
No, Cross was a All Might type character. So,
But the one thing I also want to point out though is that the one that's like Crimson Riot is over here on the right,
Mhm.
separate from the other ones, and like Yoramusha has like a smug look, but Crimson Riot looks serious
Mhm.
in his detailing. So like it more than likely implies that like Crimson Riot was actually good.
Mhm.
The people on this side were opportunists looking for like fights and battles, etc.
Yeah, Crimson Riot.
Which
Because
I
we
think,
said,
and if you think about it, this kind of like we know a bunch of heroes stepped down as soon as Yoramusha did. So the fact that it seems like there's only one hero to like for every 3 fake heroes, there's only like one real hero. That probably is kind of how it, because like there's no way if they were still as packed or had as much heroes like heroes, they would be letting like Shindo and them go out there. So you know that like the fact that the kids are like part of the main patrols now is because they just straight up don't have the manpower. So they lost a ton of heroes. Not even counting the ones that died, obviously.
Also, this is like a small detail, but I love how when Deku was talking about how the world is covered in shades of gray, he thought about Dabi and Endeavor.
Oh yeah, the fact that because he went like back to the people with. He also
And
thought back.
Shigaraki too. So he's already like halfway through the door, seeing villains as just regular people. Yeah.
Swept their pain under the rug with maggots crawling out is like specifically the phrase that pops into his head too. Thinking about all the ways that this has been building up. So he's no longer looking at this as so like when she's talking to him and she's saying all these things, the callback to that phrase is, okay, so this is how we got here. Like he's like, I'm applying the thought process of like, well, this is what Shigaraki said. This is what she's saying. This is how it fits into what he's saying. Now my perspective on this can like grow, and we're gonna see more thoughts of Deku, like how. So we're getting the actual philosophical process of development. It's not going to be one of those sudden changes. If you're keeping up with it, then you know, like, oh yeah, this is going to be like a, it's set up. This is.
And he thinks about Shigaraki's speech a lot. Like that same panel of Shigaraki, like of him saying, "I don't care if you understand. That's what makes us heroes and villains." Deku always thinks about that specific scene every time he thinks about Shigaraki.
He thinks about that scene, Shigaraki holding his dog, and the like as he's like being possessed. But like this speech, especially, he does like actually think about. So it's funny because like a lot of people were trying to be like,
I was actually upset at first. At first, I was like, "Yo, nobody listened to him. Like he was just spitting, and they was just there, standing there." But I'm glad to see that they actually took it in and actually heard what he said. And then Devin was just like, "Hey, thanks for the breather. Like now you're about to die," and then he was about to get cooked.
Which, to be fair, is Endeavor's job, but I think it's worth noting that, especially when Deku was like, "You're not Endeavor," I think there is going to be a certain point of where he's like, "Okay, but this is the consequences of Endeavor." So we still need to look at the approach that heroes are taking when raising children, the approach that we're taking, and the influence we have over children. We really need to be thinking about how we impact them and the pressures and strains we put on their mentalities.
Actually, when he said "You're not Endeavor," to me, I took that more of like, okay, Endeavor's trying to be better. He's moving past it. He's fighting the past. And you're not trying to do that. You're just trying to, keep things the way they are. The past never dies. You can't change. Like, I hate you. But he's not like that. So that's what I took away from that line. Like, Endeavor's trying and you're not. That's basically what he said to Dabi.
But yeah, but he can say stuff like this, but he tried. That's the thing about it. He tried. In the past, he tried to.
Toya?
Toya, not that big. Toya.
Toya
So
did not
people
try.
like at the end.
He called his mom a whore. Like he was wilding.
Toya
He was violent, but it is a society that he grew up to. You know what I mean? He was in a world where he just imagine like the Toya situation is just a sad reality about stuff. You know what I mean? It's like we see here. because you were trained. You were trained. You were groomed. No, educated to think that you're gonna be the the next one, or you're gonna bring peace. You know what I mean? Like with Nagant, and then you face the reality that no, what I'm doing is the worst thing ever. How can I be? How can I have to fake the stuff like this? I can't do that. You know. And
Well, because there's a certain, because one of the important things that's said here is that the plot of Civil War II revolves around, in the comics of Marvel, revolves around Tony and Captain Marvel essentially fighting on whether or not they can arrest people using an Inhuman's ability to just like straight up see the future.
I know.
Yeah, so like they have the fight over, can we arrest people for crimes they haven't committed? This took it a step further, and she straight up killed people. And he was like, wait, we only started talking about this. Like, we didn't do anything. Like,
They did enough. They did enough.
They did enough. They did enough. That's the thing about they did enough.
Wait, I'm sorry. They arguing in the chat. They talking about Lady Nagant, Miracle, and Nana. Look, it's Nana. Nana is forever, first of all. Like, nobody was ever topping Nana. The second is Lady Nagant, and then third is Miracle. That's it. Like,
bro, just thinking about it. So they were literally doing what Captain Marvel wanted to do in the worst way possible, and they say that All Might was doing everything.
Oh yeah, there probably will be a civil war over Aerie, but that's
for sure
for My History Academia 3.
You got some news, bro. But
speaking of like, you know, quirks and stuff like that, like Deku still has to find out about Toga's whole situation, like how quirks can like hinder people. Like I just realized that because I was looking at that panel of him thinking about Shiki, Endeavor, and Dabi and the racist people. Mm-hmm. Like I know for a fact if he knew about Toga and Ochako's talk, he would think about Toga too. Because he doesn't know how quirks can affect people negatively yet. Like he hasn't really been introduced to that idea. And Toga said she wanted to talk to Ochako and him. So like maybe Toga will find him somehow and talk to him about everything that happened to her. Because he needs to know about that too.
We know for sure that a slight preview of My History Academia 3, more history on more scientific history. You're going to be learning a lot about science.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I read Dr. Stone every week. So like,
oh yeah, we are good at. I'm a science. I have an engineering. Engineering.
Oh no, this one's biochemistry.
Nice. I love chemi. So
I told you, like, I've done enough research. There was that time where I tweeted out that my goal was to research Horikoshi's research.
Yes. We're the only one doing this, for what I remember. You're
there's a real life ethical question that's being set in place within My Hero Academia that is literally the talk of the town in the scientific community, and it has been for the past couple of years. So it's like, sometimes Horikoshi is just smarter than everybody, and we just have to accept that.
Okay.
I've been through that. Like,
so we're talking ethics heavily.
Ethics.
We're gonna have to discuss ethics, science, utilization of
the gene and stuff. Yes, I know when you're talking, because we studied that at school at one moment. I think so.
Yep.
Oh yeah, it's gonna be interesting, the video. I can't wait to be there.
The safety commission leader was the Amanda Waller to a certain degree. They just didn't utilize villains. They just pre-conscripted child soldiers into being heroes, and then like basically sat on blackmail material.
Yep.
This also confirms that Hawks likely has caught other bodies in the past. I don't think.
I said that when the scans dropped too. I said, like, I doubt that was the first time Hawks killed somebody. Because first of all, he pulled up on Hawk on twice too smoothly. Like that was too clear cut. Like if he didn't care about Twice at all, Twice would have died right then and there.
Because he became a hero when he was 18. Officially, he's one of the youngest heroes.
Wait, East isn't here, so I gotta say this for him. That bitch ass bird.
So Wax became a hero when he was 18, if I remember well. Huh? He just came out of school, so he get the
School.
school, yeah, because he went to the different school. Or no, he didn't went to school. He just
No,
went to.
yeah, like he was homeschooled by the Hero Safety Commission.
So yeah, he just came from the safety commission. So he made his own stuff, and they started to do his job at the fastest speed possible. That was the stuff, huh? He became, he's 22 right now. So
Yeah, ain't no way he didn't catch
so
a
you
single
think
body
that
in
he
4
killed
years.
people? You think that he killed people?
I think he had to have caught at least a couple bodies.
I mean, think about
I
what
don't
he
really
said.
think so.
Think about what he said to Twice though. When he had Twice pinned down right before Dobby came, he said, "When either side give up, somebody has to die."
Yeah,
And
he was like, "Man, I've been here before. I'm not trying to be here."
And he said that villains that have wills of steel are the ones that we most need to be worried about. Like, and he's not a power type. So if he ever got into contact with a villain that was too strong for him, he probably had no choice but to kill them.
Like
Killing the villain, when you can't do anything and nobody comes, is something that I think that people can accept. But he was like,
something that somebody asked real quick that I do want to address is that I do think that we'll see Toga's family, but I think that when we see them, it'll be in a similar way that we saw Twice's boss, where they'll show up and be talking shit. We'll be like, wait, isn't that the dude that helped create the problem?
No, we don't know what they look like, so that would have to be more focused upon the Twice's boss, because that was a pure Easter egg. That was a pure Easter egg, Bahori. Like,
that's still something that we're gonna be like, nah, y'all don't got no business talking. Like when we finally see them.
If the Samura family was still alive, they'd do the same thing.
But no,
you know, Kotaro don't like heroes. He'd find any reason to go protest against them.
It's true. Like, okay, so this is the other thing that, because when like Horikoshi was literally like, bro, y'all need to understand that just because a strong percentage of people are already like pro hero doesn't mean that a lot of people are pro hero. Like everybody is, and that like because like we got Coda during early. Silver's coming through. Silver's, should I send you that link? Silver's, let me know. I'm afraid now. As much as I love Nagant, she might have had Crawler or Knuckle Duster on her hit list. Dear Twice Almighty, let them be okay.
Imagine the end of Vigilantes, just her showing niggas all of characters just going dead. Damn, man, it's gonna be painful.
The last page of Vigilante is gonna be a big ass of Nagant pointing her gun.
You know who's gonna be happy with this? BG.
You're not wrong.
He will say that. You won't see this.
Imagine the Toga and Monoma theory became true. See, I wouldn't mind if they were related.
Like, yeah, I would be Monoma. So that would even kind of
from the same family.
Toga can technically copy Quirks, I guess. Like she could just become you and use your Quirk.
Right, and the thing that I want to point out is that
better than you in most situations. No shade,
both of them. Hey, chill with that. And I want to point out that both are kind of like unstable seeming. And my personal like thing is that because Monoma's copy like is always taking other people's things. To me, he's got like that unstable DNA trope to a certain degree that like chimeras often get.
He's Eevee.
Right, so like that's what kind of like makes him extra manic and eccentric is that got like that extra instability that comes from like taking on like that extra, because if we know that quirks impact personality, like it kind of like almost has to be that way to me. I don't know, like I feel like it has to be that way. And then like that would it's like Toga is the same way where she wants to become you, obsesses over you, etc. And then that's how she gets to use your quirks. So it's like when the quirks are that wired around DNA and altering DNA, it only seems like a natural progression that like they might have some stability issues because of it.
But I wanted to say something that I think that many people knows about it, that the power, the second ability of Toga's quirk was spoiled on the game on the My Justice games. You know that?
Oh yeah.
What people didn't want to believe that. It was poured back there. I knew that it might have happened.
JT, I thought he was cool, bro. He said his video lady is worth the read, and then somebody said, yeah. He said, I'll check it out once I'm done with conventional. Yeah, but yeah.
Look. JT gets a pass for personal reasons. Don't worry about that.
Speed Blitz. Toga's real name is Toga Himiko. That's her whole name, her whole government name.
I feel like nah, see, look, here's the thing. I actually think that Monoma has a lot of value to the story if he does get pulled in more. I don't think his value would be in him just getting offed.
Monoma could have put in work if he was with the class versus Makia. I'd have been jumping around, grabbing everybody's quirks. I'd have been like, I need your quirk, your quirk, your quirk. I can do this, that.
Whoa, damn. We just got an All Might right now from Nadir Moad.
Hold up.
Nah, JT, you good. I was just playing.
We just got a donation.
Yo,
yeah, we got the big body.
I told you that we got the All Might from Nadir Moed, but nobody understood. I thought to myself, okay.
Big body donation.
Nadir Moed pulling through. I am here to give you money. Thank you. Midoriya might be naive sometimes, but he's being more mature than most people. Seeing the gray is one thing, but letting the gray influence you is a completely different thing. That's not necessarily a good thing.
I agree.
Mm-hmm.
So I always think that if you want to go with like, if Vanta Black is the darkest and purest of good, and like pure white is the evil, then I always believe that you should be, instead of Vanta Black, like an off black. That makes sense?
It makes sense. Of white.
I switched them for a reason. Deal with it.
Damn.
Oh, damn.
Assalamu alaikum.
Oh, damn. That was a good one. Like the video for more jokes like this.
I think I said Monoma should really have a secret hair stash of strong people quirks. Like I always showed them Bakugo. He just shows from copying Kirishima's power.
That will be the next step for him.
Okay, actually. I'm not gonna lie. I've actually thought about this. I've genuinely sat there and been like, you think that Monoma, like if he just like kept some people's hair in a pouch, he could just like boop.
He would have to have his own hero team, so it wouldn't be weird. Like, why do you just have Eraserhead's hair and you don't even work with him? Like, why do you just have that?
Also, like, they did a really good job showing how he was using the like other people's quirks. Like, Monoma is actually so skilled.
Yeah, in the anime, they really
freaking skilled.
They expanded upon that in the anime a lot. Like, he was skating on top of her, like things.
Yeah, like he was using like just bolts to like fly, and like a lot of people didn't like pay attention to the fact that he was like dodging Black Whip off base.
Yes,
facts. I mean, Deku told him run. When Deku says run, you gotta just book it.
Yeah, so he was just like, whoop, 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 whoop. Well, this is a problem. Whoop, whoop, whoop.
Yeah, but that's the thing about the only thing that he can do as a hero is train his body to be always ready for everything that he can get. So he can use the quirk of his enemies, the quirk of his allies, and the quirks that he has stashed down. You know what I mean?
Yo, I forgot. Like I watched the anime episode. Those kids he went to school with, so those are some haters talking about. So you can't be a superhero with that quirk.
You right. The hairs would start to expire. He needs to take their fingernail clippings.
I'd be like, man.
Oh, she get and
I'll
he
take
looks
your
like
Quirk.
Kira too. Fuck that shit, bro.
It's also like, bro, you saying I can't be a hero, but chances are your quirk is something like I can sprout coins from my nipples. So like, relax while I take three other quirks that are better than your one quirk.
Also, I'm not gonna lie, like joint training is always an art that people acted funny towards, but the anime has really made it like way better. Is my like the OST, the voice acting, the animation, it just took it to a whole different level.
Some of the beats,
it's just the opening
like
is
Black Whip's OST had me like gave me goosebumps like when that shit was playing when Ochako jumped on top of Deku and then it went to like the credits or my fault the fucking the ad whatever commercial like the music was lit.
No, the soundtracks have been on point. Like there was a beat that like came in the Bakugo around like right when they were like, nah, we finna really go in. And right before the strings come in, and I'm like, hey, what is this? Like the OSTs this season have been on point. I bet the Merry Christmas
Monoma cannot combine quirks yet, at least.
Yeah.
They specifically say that. They're like, he cannot use two at once. Like he can't.
My thing is like I feel like Monoma,
he can't combine effects though, like he said. So if you anime,
he can use he can use the other one after the other ones. He can switch the quirks that he has. He can touch three people.
Yeah, because some quirks have long lasting effects. Like if you make something bigger, it's just gonna stay bigger even after your 5 minutes runs out.
Yeah, like so he could have just been like a lot of times he could have made everything bigger and just threw it if he wanted to and like been really wild. And so it's kind of
like if he took Momo's quirk and he made things with her quirk, and then he took someone else's quirk and then he used that on the things that he made with Momo's quirk. That's how he can combine quirks.
That man, him and Momo together, and you take Tokoyami with it, bro. You can imagine the stuff that he can do, bro.
That's why I'm excited that Horikoshi said him and Shinso should play a part like in the final act because I want them to be like a duo because their quirks together is really good and like the brainwashing. Shinso can brainwash a villain and then Monoma takes their quirk and then like there's a lot of mix-ups that can happen.
The biggest what if with Monoma that like is one of those things that makes you go, all right, how would this go down? Is what if Monoma ever copied One for or All for One?
Yes. I swear to I think about that. I think about that all the time because he literally says, yo, the effects stay after like my 5 minutes are up. So if he took All for One's quirk and then took someone else's quirk, would he keep that quirk? I think he would. It wouldn't just go away.
He would. But also, he will suffer a lot. That's the thing about it. He will suffer a lot because
we don't even know that because if you think about it, thanks to Monoma's physiology already being adapted to holding and like adjusting and using multiple quirks, he might be somebody who can already be handed quirks without modification. In fact, he should be somebody whose DNA can handle adding extra quirks because
he probably just got a new user of One for All.
This is actually oh no. All right, so we're gonna end up talking about Monoma 2 in the My History Academia video now because he's at.
You might have talked about that DNA splicing.
We have to make like some. I think we have to make something like that we make like a conversation like with different maybe YouTubers or so talking about one character of My Hero Academia and talking about their potential as power scaling wise and just history story wise too. You know. Just having a talk about one character, like what like we do right now about Monoma, that would be really interesting to see that. Oh man,
Phantom Thief.
We can do that like with I don't know, vocal pineapple stuff like this. It's gonna be fun just to talk for 1 hour, 1 hour 30.
Wherever Reezy went to.
Man, Reezy's probably.
My man, what up?
What up? What is up, everybody? How's it going?
Wow, we are good, bro.
Everybody just chilling, preaching the good word of Horikoshi on this lovely, lovely Sunday with some fire. Also, just gonna point out, a couple weeks ago I did a video on Lady Nagant, and most of this was in there. So just gonna point that out a little bit.
It's good.
Thank you, W's.
It's great. It's great. I love it. I love shit like this. Love when we get like a hired gun character who's just like, yeah, I want to be a hero. I want to save things. Oh, no, you're basically our sacrificial pawn for a better society. Oh, great. And I think my favorite thing is she uses the term exhausting.
Yes.
Just she is tired and exhausted. Just all that mental and emotional toll getting after to the point where she just coldly lifts up her elbow and shoots that president. Damn, loved it. Loved it. And the imagery too of her seeing I this is one of those chapters where I read it and I think, man, I can't wait for this to be animated. To see how they do like the transition of her raising her hand to like shake the kid's hands and then just seeing like the blood on her hands.
Okay, so this is actually something that I wanted to talk about, the animation, because like this particular stretch of chapters, like, I really, really, really want now for this season to not finish Endeavor Agency.
Same.
Yeah.
Because if it doesn't finish Endeavor Agency, we can make
it could
perfectly
end on 246. I feel like.
Right. Like I've said that before. And like now you see, I'm glad more people are seeing the vision. 246 ending is like such a good ending because then you get 247.
They could end on 246, and then you know how sometimes they do like a little sneak peek to the next season, like season 4 with the vest and stuff. They could do the heroes vanish from the city.
Yeah.
Like
exactly. Like you can throw that as like the trailer and it won't matter. They'll be like, huh? And then like you'll go back to that stuff and then get it popping. Because like Stain was advertised for season 2, but we started with the sports festival.
That's the direct comparison. That's the same comparison I used when we was talking in the scans chat the other day. I was like, yo, like Stain, they showed Stain at the end of season 1, and we didn't see him until the middle of season 2.
Exactly.
Yes.
So Dan Vasquez, that's the other reason why I don't want it going past like doing all of Endeavor Agency. It is getting closer and closer, and I don't want that. So if we stop at 246 and then the last act begins is 306, I believe, then you would get a 60 chapter season 6.
306 is the perfect place to end season 6.
Yes.
Like,
right.
Yes.
Literally the like
the new beginning, the end after the beginning. That will be the perfect ending of season 6.
That shot specifically of Deku and the gargoyle, like this ending right there, the cave,
like on his Batman style, man. And
as the ending credits are going and all that, and then it just ends with this is the beginning of the end.
And then that gives
I just imagine this scene right now. You just have Deku walking, like you don't see his face, you just see his foot, some snapshot of him walking, and then you see the yellow scarf, and you put his foot on the gargoyle, and puff, you see the scene about the villain, and you see his face, then big shot on his face.
With the Ochako narration,
yes.
Looking at my heartstrings here.
No,
also,
man.
Because what this does is this means that all the chapters coming out this year and going to the next year, those will be 2023 anime season chapters. So we'll safely be adapted. Like we'll have a good paced adaptation because season 6 is going to have a lot of action. So like it being 60 chapters condensed into 24, 25 episodes will be fine.
Yeah.
You say like that and make it sound like that season is like light years away, and it's making me real sad. It's making
Silvers, my man.
Silvers, do you want season 6 already? You want to see that scene in 4K?
Okay. First off, let me just say this, and I already said it about the dubbed anime on Twitter. Smash, fuck you for getting me into Hero Academia as much as I am. I didn't want to be a part of this community the way that I am now. This is the way that I'm in the Hero Academia community right now is the same way that I started off in the One Piece community. I'm just a random name in a message board on Reddit somewhere. Now I'm doing research in this shit. I got into Vigilantes like, it's just a side story that talks about what happened before. It's not gonna matter that much. The latest chapter of Vigilantes, what the hell is his name? Number 6. The way his face looks, I think he might have been the previous body of All for One.
Oh, like a potential candidate?
A potential candidate, or he probably is the current body that All for One is inhabiting right now. Because I'm not sure if any of y'all seen it when Crawler did a real hero moment, Deku who? And bust through the window.
Chill.
You're sporting niggas right now.
No. We tell people to read Vigilantes all the time.
I don't care about the spoilers. It was that Deku comment. It said Deku who?
Deku who? Deku who? I can't hear you over all of the quirks that came out of nowhere.
Wow.
I'm paying attention. I'm paying attention to the dude who took nothing and made it into something. Ooh, Crawler.
Wait, you black man. Okay.
Smash, you know I'm fucking with you.
No. I'm seeing like somebody was like, I blame monarchy as well. And then somebody said I'll be sliding manga volumes into people's cars.
Yo, did y'all see my picture last night I sent to general chat? I spoiled my friend into starting the manga. Like I sent him a panel of Dabi cooking Shoto because Shoto's his favorite character. I was like, hold this. I sent him a panel of Dabi saying, "Poor Shoto, no fun for you." He's like, "Yo, what chapter do I start on from the anime episode?" I was like, "Boy, 213."
Yo, I know y'all probably already went past it already. Like the whole thing with Nagant, and like how. First off, I think it's pretty fucked up how they're literally taking kids and turning them into pretty much child soldiers. And just keeping them in check by giving them that false sense of that false sense of like, I guess you could say, what do you call it, celebrityhood, or like false sense of fame that you'll be this, but in reality you're doing all of this dark shit behind the scenes. And like to make it even more like a little fucked up, at least in my head, go to, I think it's page 7. Yeah. When she's assassinating these guys, and one of the guys like, yo, we haven't done anything. We were just talking about the possibility of doing it. Like we weren't really being serious. Look at that, the guy with the fish shit on his face.
Yeah, I saw that in the chat too.
Yeah, I put it in the chat. And then jump all the way. I think what is it?
No, you just gotta go to page 9. Just go to page 9.
Yeah, go to page 9. Looking at the kids when she's extending her hand out and it's covered in blood. Yeah, who gives a damn? Look at the top left-hand corner. That kid right there. Did she murder one of her fans who she inspired to become a hero? That's the shit that kind of blew me away. I am not an Endeavor fan, Philip. I just saw that. I'm an Endeavor fan, but he is not my favorite. He is not my favorite hero. Hawks, maybe. No, Eraserhead. I don't like how they doing him.
I was about to say Eraserhead's mine.
Yeah, Eraserhead's my nigga. I like that agile characters more than just I can fly or I can jump, like
I'm pretty sure. Like, so it's one of two
things. Don't get me started with the Aizawa praise. I could go on forever.
It's literally one of two things though, Silvers. She either killed this dude, either killed him, like either that was her fan grown up that she murked, or that was like the dude's dad and she just orphaned a kid and then went to say hi to him on accident.
Either way,
this is fucked.
That's still pretty messed up, bro. Because in all honesty, that does just goes to show that it emphasizes her point even more. No matter what you do, this false sense of hero society no matter how you look at it or what you do, it's fucked. It's fucked. And like somebody said in the stream earlier, you can either let that gray take you over, or in my opinion, this ain't the gray. This is the dark. This is the goddamn dark.
Oh, that's the white. It's the white.
The white.
Oh my god!
Wait a minute.
Yeah, right.
Wait a minute.
Talk about. Silver. They in the chat saying Aizawa not agile no more.
Yeah, right. Aizawa not agile no more. I don't like how they doing my man. Every time he do something amazing, every time he come in to save the day, they always take something from him.
Yeah, he don't got a leg no more. He don't got eye no more. Don't count him out yet.
Bro.
One of my favorite things about Aizawa though, and I think we had this conversation either last week or the week before that, but I was talking about how he's one of those characters that very easily could have been a top 10 hero.
Oh, they're gonna make him a Winter Soldier metal leg. I'm telling you.
But like, if he would have been in the
just-
spotlight, his whole MO
Do
gets
it.
ruined. So like,
Yeah, he's that. And again, going back to Vigilantes, when Crawler first ran into him, he told him, "Yeah, you got some pretty big names out after you, but now you're in the back streets where I fucking rule." And
Territory.
you're in my territory. That's one of the things that makes Aizawa such a strong hero, not even just in terms of his quirk or his combat ability. He knows the underbelly. Fuck, I sound like I'm talking about old Marvel or old DC. He knows the underbelly of society. He knows what this street is. The city is my woman, and she's being treated like a whore. Like Aizawa knows where circles are running.
Married to the streets. Married to the street, never gonna betray them.
Wait, another thing people don't talk about with Aizawa.
Much like another former hero.
He opened up his own agency at 18 the same way Hawks did. Like, he started his own thing off rip.
like
And-
okay,
Yeah.
like Poison Tree was like, can't wait for Aizawa to pull out a gun. I mean, let's be real here. He carries the blade on him. Like at this point, I'm not sure Deku saved Aizawa, but he might have saved Shigaraki from catching that blade to the throat.
He was about to stab him. He was about to stab him.
Aizawa carries caltrops, he
You're
carries
cool, you're cool.
shurikens. This man is. I wouldn't be surprised if Aizawa ends up being the Batman of My Hero Academia. If he underneath his scarf, he just pull out shark repellent and sprays a shark villain. If Horikoshi don't do that kind of shout out, I'm gonna be disappointed. I swear. I swear to God, somebody pull out shark.
Some days you just can't get rid of a bomb.
I'm gonna be honest, Solo Me. Okay, so this is a post MHA theory that I have, but you've mentioned I could read a whole Eraserhead spinoff. I truly believe that with the approach that Horikoshi has taken to My Hero Academia, like the fact that like when you read Vigilantes, you can get little Easter eggs that foreshadow stuff in the main series. The fact that you can get all these things, like Briefs has a lot of interactions, like it covers not like Shoji talks about, hey, people were scared of me as a kid, but then like Briefs has that Tokoyami accidentally scaring a kid just because he has a bird face thing. So you have like all these like weird little moments. Bro,
Yo, why are they ripping on Aizawa's blade in the chat?
bro, I don't know.
That shit would have broke if he tried to stab shit.
Like I was reading it too, and I was actually like losing my focus reading them. Like
That nigga said his own leg with his
Nigga
sword.
said it
With
would
his,
have
with
been a foam sword.
Yo, y'all out of pocket.
That man cut his own leg for to show you that was his
Yeah, wait,
technique.
hold on. He said his blade doesn't even work. Toga stabbed him. Look, when Toga stabbed him, the blade didn't work because he cut his binding cloth. That's what the blade is really for, is for him to separate the cloth when it gets stuck.
And the
Did the
blade
same thing.
and that cloth isn't like regular cloth. It's actually a metal alloy.
Yes, it's like a metal.
That blade, it's
mixed
like
with
cutting through. Yeah,
carbon.
So it's cutting through like metal, not cotton.
Wait, Shigaraki wouldn't have died, but
Cotton.
you know that regeneration would have had to
No,
cut
because
his
it was a
blood.
race. So if he would have got that throat shot, just
Guys, I know. No, I know.
wait.
I know now.
But real quick,
Do you know?
real quick. I did want to address that thing in the chat though. I could easily see Horikoshi giving multiple characters, like actually written by him, like novels as like once My Hero's over, because he's
I could
built
see
He
it
has,
it
to
there's
be-
too many characters,
Easily.
too many different storylines to follow.
like the series is already being like written more like a Marvel event where we've got these movies that you can like watch that he's got stuff tied into.
Paranormal
You got-
Paranormal Liberation War was Infinity War for MHA.
Yeah,
It was Infinity War.
you got like, so it's like you got the movies, you got novels, you got a side manga, like you have all these like ways to experience the world of My Hero Academia, and it just feels like something that he's like kind of building out. And I could just see him being like, I don't want to put this in the main manga. Screw it. Side project, and like that becoming a thing afterwards, where we get like different stories, and that also seems like a good way for him to tell stories of them being pro heroes. Yeah, like the Naruto light novels. I could see
Isn't
him,
that
like,
the
or
thing?
the Bleach one.
Please, no, don't compare it to that. It's better than that.
Oh well,
No, that's better for sure.
Yeah.
But because we get the first one that
Radiant?
no, not Radiance, Dreamland.
Oh,
he has like because he will to do stuff is that for every character they have their own story, you know. So he has multiple spin-offs that he have already written, but he's wait to find the right artist to draw it, or he's gonna do like he has already different spin-offs for his characters that we will get later after the series is done, even maybe, or we don't know when we'll get it. So I can't wait to see that from Horikoshi too.
I can see him doing it before the series is over, and I know I'm about to get a lot of shit for this, but one mangaka who does it and does it well is Hiro Mashima. He lets some of his editors do side stories of the characters in Fairy Tail, and quite frankly, they do it really, really fucking good, especially the Grace side story. If Horikoshi trusts some of his editors enough, or trust them enough to, you know, follow his script and just do the artwork, I could see him letting them branch out into their own series, and just off of the kickstart of, you know, My Hero Academia. As much fame as it has right now, Jesus Christ, his editors, whoever he decides to hand that over to, would they'd springboard something fierce.
Yes.
Well, depending on their series, because the name can't carry a series. Just look at Samurai 8.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh shit. Oh shit.
Also, as to whether it's like if it was a sequel,
look at Boruto. He said, "Look at Boruto." Oh, shit.
Boruto is actually pretty decent. Chill out.
Yes.
Samurai 8.
Okay.
Samurai 8 just dropped. No.
Okay. Boruto is.
Oh
weird
my
for me.
god. Oh my god. He said, "Look at Dragon Ball Super."
My stance on Boruto
God.
is this: if Boruto were its own thing, it would be seen as like an average manga that's just like kind of average, but like, you know, you can enjoy it, like whatever.
It's a continuation. Like,
but because it's a continuation, and because early Boruto just is not as good as early Naruto was, especially
early Boruto does not count. The anime is not early Boruto. That's filler.
I wasn't talking about the anime. I was talking about even the manga though. Like even the manga for early Boruto.
Yeah. Okay.
Which I accidentally dropped Boruto. I actually tried to like watch it. And, like I went over 100 episodes.
I tried to watch it. I tried to watch it too.
Yeah.
I
just all of a sudden I found out that like I was like, damn, it's been like 30 episodes.
Just get one dislike.
But
Smash just 30? Just 30?
It might be more than that.
It's like 90 episodes or something like that before they actually get into canon stuff. Granted, the stuff that happened in the academy is canon, but who the fuck gives a fuck about when they were in kindergarten?
So it's weird because part of me was like, well, I do enjoy like these small bits of world building. It's nice to understand that they have a society of peace. So like it was weird because like part of me was like, I enjoy certain aspects of Boruto.
Yes.
But because it's like this is the fulfillment of certain themes, and we decided to honor that instead of just like wiping our ass with it. So like the piece is slowly being broken apart within Naruto, like Boruto, which that part is good. That's actually good writing. It's not as like super interesting as like getting the land of waves and all that other stuff, but it is good to do it that way.
Don't bring up Zip Man. Why would you say that name?
Oh, my heart.
And you also got to look at it. And you also got to look at it based off of like the progression of time. Look at the reception of Avatar between Avatar and then Legend of Korra. Some people, myself included, originally didn't like the huge time jump in the advancement of technology. The beginning of Naruto, I didn't even know they had fucking electricity in the beginning of Naruto.
The beginning of Naruto is nebulous in its technological phase.
Oh my god! Rest in peace.
Like the first time I realized they even had electricity, Tsunade was in a casino playing a pachinko machine. I'm like, wait, what? What? No, not even that. Jiraiya and Naruto were walking away from the village, and I saw a power line. And I'm like,
they had TVs during the tuning exams.
Yes, TVs. That's VHS
even before that.
No, but look, TVs and stuff. That's so commonplace that it just blow past it. Full on electricity is what kind of like rattled me.
Didn't Naruto have a microwave in his crib?
Yes, he had a microwave.
Yeah.
Again, so commonplace. I didn't pay attention to
boiler too.
So like one of my other things though is that I think that like you would have like, oh, like they had a refrigerator. That's the thing that like let me know. But like it's still like they had like sophisticated refrigerators, decent radios, but you never saw people with cell phones or like phones. But then like so it was weird. And I remember because the same interview where Kishimoto originally said that guns wouldn't pop in because they would be too fast for ninjas is the same interview in Shonen Jump that he was asked about what was the technological era, and he straight up said he wanted to keep it ambiguous.
But he said guns wouldn't be introduced in Naruto. Early Naruto, there's a shop that they're in. Dude got a shotgun behind the counter. There's literally a shot of a dude with a shotgun behind the counter. But
yeah, the Aruka ramen guy, he definitely has some a blicky under the counter.
Oh, Smash, I know it's kind of off topic because this is supposed to be Hero Academia, but a couple years ago, me and you were talking about how people hated on Naruto and then just fell in love with him because he saved their lives. And we were talking about I think it was an episode where Naruto was a kid and he was looking at those masks and the dude pretty much literally kicked him out of the store and threw the mask and said, "Get the fuck out of here." Mm-hmm. I went back through a bunch of episodes and I found that motherfucker.
Yep.
I found him. After the pain fight, when they were all cheering and throwing Naruto up, and it's a certain scene where that same character design is right there. He's touching Naruto. I was like, this motherfucker. It took me years to find that. Years.
Like, man, that's why I was like, part of it is like, yeah, this is cool, but the other part is like, these niggas so fake.
Oh, yeah. Oh, they are totally fake.
Smash, if it was me or you, I would have destroyed the fucking bill. I would have killed everybody. I'm sorry. You're not about to treat me like that for most of my life. And then as soon as something bad happened, I helped one time, everybody wanted to be my goddamn, oh my God, Naruto, you're so cool. You saved my life.
Yeah, and then they thought to themselves, yo, remember we saw him in the tuning exams, he was grinding, like y'all did not like him back then.
Mm-hmm. I would have been like, wait, ain't you the same lady who spit on me because I picked up your wallet to give it back to you? Like, what the fuck? The only people that I would have spared was Shikamaru, Choji, and Kiba. The rest of them could fucking and Ichiraku, because that ramen is fucking fire.
You're not gonna spare Hinata.
Hinata too.
Like in Naruto's case, you got to. Like, Dog City's worse than Twice's boss. Jeez.
Some of the higher level ninja because they
weren't
afraid
of him.
They weren't afraid of Naruto. They was just like, yeah, he got a demon in him, and he's all right.
There was a real quick. I want to address the antagonist conversation that happened in the chat about the Legend of Korra. I personally do think that I think Zahir is the best antagonist.
I like Amon, bro. I'm sorry.
I think Amon was good. I think that some of the issues with Amon though.
Amon was good up until the end when
he started waterbending.
Yeah, when it was revealed that it was blood bending, and then he's actually just a waterbender. I'm like, that kind of takes away from. But Legend of Korra had its issues, but the ways that the villains used religion, even the way that Kuvira used military power to her might, and especially why I like Amon, he didn't just go, I'm gonna become the strongest waterbender and then go at her. No, he turned the population against Korra. He pretty much used Twitter and turned the world against their savior. That's like if Jesus came back right now and somebody on Twitter was like, oh, Jesus used the wrong pronoun, crucify him. Like that, that's why I like them on up until I'm a waterbender. I used waterbending to take people's bending away. But the way he went out, I actually think that was good. That was a nice way.
Season 1 finale of Korra is okay. So
because he got away. Like Korra and them, they never got closure with Amon. He got away. Nobody even knows that him and Unalaq like died. As far as they know, they're just hiding out somewhere.
Also, yeah, and okay. Also, like Unalaq was like okay. Unalaq on the council was actually a better villain like or like as a character, like the real Unalaq. Like the idea of Amon was a great antagonist because like it's the idea that Korra was fighting, but like the actual character Unalaq was better.
Okay.
As weird as it is, but Tarlak. Okay, so like real quick, I want to get into the season 2 villain because y'all like I don't want to remember him.
No, oh my God, why are we? That's why I only brought up Zahir, Kuvira, and Amon. Uncle Dark Avatar. Fuck no, no.
The one thing that I will say is that the way Korra handled that situation, technically there should have been like a Dark Avatar born at some point.
Yep. Absolutely.
But also I hate the biggest flaw in Korra for me is her romance writing is dog crap. Specifically because
wait, there was romance?
Specifically because
she cucked Bolin for
right.
She got close to Bolin just to get with her brother.
She canonically she went on a date with Bolin. They actually went on an official date. Like they objectively dated, like went on a single date.
Bolin should have slapped the cheeks.
So she went on a date with Bolin. She had a relationship with Mako. Sorry, she kissed Mako while he was dating Asami against Mako's will.
Yep. She raped the nigga. She raped the nigga.
No, the first time she kissed him, he wasn't with Asami yet. He had just met her, but they weren't together. They weren't together yet. They weren't even interested.
No. They were dating. That's why like he had to like push her away and was like, hold on, like that.
I thought it was because he knew Bolin liked Korra, even though Bolin was standing right there. And they were like, yeah, a girl is not gonna come between us ever.
I think it was a little of both.
Like he was already with her, and that's why he hid it from Asami because and Bolin, when he reveals it, it's like, like you did that and like didn't know. So like it's weird because like people are randomly on Mako about it, but like Korra's the one who like kisses him without his permission, and Asami actually does the same thing later.
But wait, hold on. No, because the first time Asami found out that Korra even had feelings for Mako was when they were driving in the car. And she was like, yeah, when me and him dated, it was a little bit of a mess. And she's like, wait, you dated Mako?
No.
I got to rewatch Korra.
Yeah, you have to rewatch Korra. First thing to know.
But like,
did I miss an episode? It became like an Avatar stream.
So the one thing I will say, because like I wanted to respond to what the chat was talking about.
Oh yeah,
I do want to say that like Korra dating every member of Team Avatar was terrible. Like
she loving the crew.
She canonically dated every single member of the Team Avatar. And
sure.
That's
at
the part that I
married
Bolin.
At the end, she married she married the girlfriend of her ex.
Yeah.
Oh.
Mako got did dirty.
Girl.
Mako got did dirty.
Yeah, like
hella dirty.
How you date two gorgeous women and turn both of them gay?
It'd be like that,
man.
No, but Smash. The thing about me that I liked Korra, the thing that I liked about Korra more than I liked about Last Airbender was simply the fact that they took the main villain from Last Airbender, the big bad person in the position of power that was manipulating a certain a certain part of the world to go against the Avatar. They took that character and pretty much just sprinkled him all across the entirety of Korra. They took characters in position of power to pin up against the Avatar, and they used their different positions in different ways instead of just, I have an army, I'm strong with my bending, and I'm gonna turn the population against you. That like they separated those aspects of the Fire Lord.
Okay. I will, can I answer that because it is really interesting. But the thing about that they elevated in some of the arcs, some of the parts. The first one we get with the ideology, an idea about it, because it is something that it is. If you think about it in a real world, if you have people with power like Avatar, like the Avatar and the benders, you have the non-benders that you will have conflicts like you see in My Hero Academia. So that's something that
there are people in this stream right now who in my opinion can probably draw some kind of comparison between being the minority of a certain world and being and
Yes.
being oppressed in certain situations.
Yes, for
Being
sure.
told that you're not qualified, you can't do this, when in
Mhm.
reality, I'm probably more capable of doing a certain task than you are. Just
Yeah.
because you have this ability doesn't mean that you're more qualified to do something than I am.
That's for sure. That's why that was the thing about the Equalizer was really good. That's what I love I love the villain of the first one, the idea, the concept after it. And the second one, forget about it because it is something that we don't.
No, but Smash. Last thing, and then back on Hero Academia. You are right about Zahir. The whole religious aspect of that shit kind of threw me for a loop because I'm not that religious, and I come from a pretty religious family who tried to force that shit on me, and I genuinely got scared. I had terror in my body, like more than when Amon came up over the radio. It was like, "Listen to me, Avatar. I'm always watching you. You can't stop me." Like, and I'm like, motherfucker, leave me alone. Stop.
Okay, because people are really crying for MHA. So
yeah.
So
but with that, I gotta dip out. I'm actually making a video that's coming out tomorrow, and I'm writing the script on this screen. All right, take it easy. Praise be to Twice. Have a good one, y'all.
Hey, thanks for stopping by.
Later.
thank you for
Also,
coming. Really.
if you're still here, son, excellent job on that coloring once again.
Yeah, I just retweeted that.
Oh
yeah. So I just went to the toilet. I came back and became like
too much information.
I was not ready for that. I thought it was what the hell. But yeah. Okay.
Man got jumped by Cora.
So like,
hey, watch him out. Watch him out.
Last thing I want to say.
Person just said Twice is dead. Watch him out. He will never die.
The last thing I want to say, people, is that
if you don't read chapter 266, he's not dead.
I said you don't read the chapter.
Silver's God is watching you.
just skip 266 and 291, and you good. Like, Twice not dead.
Twice is dead, man.
So one of the things that I kind of find fascinating, though, is that in this moment, Nagant, Nagant herself she's clearly not actually that dedicated to helping All for One. Like, not as much as she.
I knew she wasn't. I'm like, there's no way that, because she was just hunting this man recently before she got locked up. She just wants something. She just wants something to cling to that she feels like is her decision. And All for One clearly manipulated her into going after Deku.
Right. So like Nagant's kind of like disillusioned, and so that creates room for her to, instead of, falling in line with this and like sticking to it, being like, you know what, I don't like this, and I'm out. Like that's where she is in that. And
she did the reverse Hawks.
Yeah, like it's instead of Hawks like going along and then like letting the Hero Commission fall because other people did it, she kind of took it into her own hands. But the thing that I find fascinating is that she realistically just allowed herself to be arrested. I don't think she.
Nah, I think Hawks captured her.
I think that's because
I think her and Hawks have to have some type of connection, like, because he said he's looking for her too. So I wouldn't mind either Hawks or All Might, because All Might is still active during this time. And this story didn't get reported that she killed somebody and got captured. So it's like, okay, the story is documented. You killed a hero. That was the story they put up. But who captured you?
Well, so here's my question with that is, if they basically erase people, why didn't they just kill her, and why did they send her to Tartarus instead?
She's too valuable.
I think she actually got away for a while. Mm-hmm. Like, I don't know if she's like was completely gone, but she definitely got. I think she definitely got away for at least a little while, and then that's what put it in a position where it's like, all right, where they were like, where it's kind of like, we gotta capture her, so we have to tell people what happened. Also, I used to type comments about Spider-Man. Deku versus Nagant shaping up to be one of the best fights in MHA. It's got Deku versus gentle levels of writing and choreography. No recency bias, I swear. No. This actually, I don't think this is recency bias. I genuinely don't think people have recency bias and rating this as one of the best fights. Horikoshi has made it a point that, like, as Deku has leveled up, the way he fights and like the different motions he takes have changed, and he's actually honored the fact that he's progressing. And so in turn of the choreography, the attacks, all of this, like it comes into play as things that it developed. Like the 5th point shot, like him using the long version of Black Whip, and you can kind of see like the pained expression on his face because he's also probably like overclocking Black Whip a little, but like that doesn't cause the same damage as like when he uses One for All. You know what I mean? So there's a lot of details that are actually being included in here, and there's a lot of heavy lore dumps now because we're past the halfway point of the story where a lot of these fights in the past are to build up into things and for him to grow. This is now fights that are meant to test, challenge, and potentially endanger his life while still emphasizing and allowing for a growth of the character, but also finally revealing more information about how this world actually works for us, because it's getting to that point in the story where we need to start working towards the solutions.
Yep. Yeah, like you said, it is something that he has right now. He gets in every story arc that we get from where Deku he has an appearance in the chapters. He gets more tools to fix society, I will say. That's it. He gets the skills like physical wise, but also mentally wise and ideology wise too. So really, I can't wait to see the death of All Might, how it will impact him. Will he become a Batman type character, like for part of the story,
I
or
don't
just?
I don't see it. I don't see like
I don't.
even if All Might dies, I feel like Deku is gonna look at the bigger picture and be like, okay, this is not the end of All Might because I'm still here. Nah, really. He has the vestige. He has the vestige of All Might in his head.
I know, but the
He's
thing
All
is,
Might's successor.
he has to go out of that ideal of All Might. All Might. The thing about it, you have to understand something. He thinks that he broke the shackles of All Might, but he never did mentally. That's the thing about it. He has to become something else. Like Arrow said in the intro. I don't know if people remember of the intro of Arrow, of the first season. He has to become something else. He can be He can only be the Sixer. He has to be Deku. That's the thing about it. And
I think he's already different. I think he's already different from All Might.
No. Because for the moment, he's going to become. That's the thing. We see the process. We are in the full process in it. But right now,
he's experienced things that All Might never has. Even All Might said it himself. Like that could go through way more than I ever did.
But
this All Might being.
Yeah? No. Hold on. So Deku is dealing with stuff that All Might didn't have to deal with to a certain degree, because
like Annika, you always say, how come All Might never, messed up the CRC? Deku just basically encountered some CRC members.
Yeah, like for some people who are like CRC adjacent. Like there's certain things that All Might just didn't factor in or account for or think about, because basically All Might tried to fix society with capitalism. Yep. If you really think about it.
That's the thing about it.
He was like, yeah, if we're just like really marketable and like there's a whole
like All Might never had a villain like Shigaraki. All Might never experienced like the Todoroki family type situation. Like he didn't even know and never hated him. When he
lives in us all twice as much as the Holy Ghost. I want Snipe to ultimately bring in Nagant after her character turning to prove who the better shot is. Praise be twice. Do it. I mean, so the downside to Snipe's life in this situation is that no feat he gets involving marksmanship really matters that much.
Snipe is who Endeavor should have been. Snipe is like, damn, I'm not the number one sniper. I suck compared to her. It is what it is. He didn't go making no marksman kids to surpass Nagant.
I mean, I also, I guess when you're already nowhere near the number one hero and you're not the number one sniper, it's kind of like whatever. Like, whereas Endeavor, like, boom, boom, like 20 years old, it's like, I'm at number 2. The idea of your life peaking and plateauing at the age of 20 is terrifying.
Yes.
That it is.
Like
you just started your life as a person, as a 20 years old guy, and you know that you will never achieve your goal. That's frustrating, man. You can imagine that. You just started your life as an adult.
It depends on what you want to be a hero for.
Yeah, but yes, but imagine just being a person. Your dream is to become, I don't know what, a doctor or something like this, and you become 20 years old. You get a sickness, and you can never be a doctor. That's what happened to that man, literally.
It's like when Doctor Strange broke his hands, like in his origin story, where he's like this world-renowned surgeon, and then hands are destroyed, can barely like write and do stuff.
So Quirlo said something really interesting. I really like that. He said like, when All Might dies, and Deku returns to UA, enters his room, and he's surrounded by all the merch and breaks down. That will be the best. Bruh, imagine that scene, man. Just going at his place at home, or just in his room there in UA, all the merch, bruh.
Nah, Poison Tree. The guy is definitely escaping. I don't think the guy is getting captured right now.
All Might.
Nah, the guy. Because Poison Tree
okay.
said when the guy get arrested, I think she'll get away and hide somewhere. I think she's gonna use Overhaul as bait to escape. Like, because she knows that she can't beat Deku. I don't care about anybody who wants to argue with me on that. Like, she knows that she can't win. This is why she's doing what she's doing.
Hold up. I was reading this Black Clover chapter. I'm not gonna lie to you.
Nigga reading mid on air.
It was okay, I will say.
Not like last week.
Yeah, last week was the peak. Clear of this one.
No. That was what last week was just the peak of Tabata's life as a mangaka for a moment for me. Literally, that was something I never expected him to. I know that he can write well stuff sometimes, but sometimes you just get so hard disappointed in him that you just forget that he can be good.
The guy is not getting the Curious treatment.
Yeah, she's not getting the Curious treatment.
Curious did not get this much backstory.
Nagant is going to be relevant going forward.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Like Nagant is going to be a character that we come back to, that we talk about the viewpoints of, because
like
we almost...
I really think the only reason Curious died was because she wasn't gonna let Toga escape. Like, there was no other way to keep Toga alive if Curious was still alive.
Yeah.
Because Toga killed all of them, not just Curious. He killed everybody that was there.
Just so y'all know, Archbishop East is trying to run in here. He's trying to, he does want to make it a point to get in here and give y'all some preaching.
Mm-hmm.
Look, Alves, look. I'm not saying you got to catch up on Black Clover at all. I'm not even saying close to that.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just saying that the last 2 chapters were especially good.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
And I wanted to give props because, like, what makes you a stan or a hater or like just a blind person is when you never give credit where it's due.
Yep.
So I made it a point to give Black Clover its credit where it was due there.
Mm-hmm.
And like, I think that the fight that this is setting up is like one with a lot of action shots and like fan servicey angles. So people will probably like the current fight more than I will, but like, you know, there's stuff for y'all to like that too. And okay, so one of the things that I'm like now I want to ask people about, because we kind of talked about Stain, Nagant.
Nigga said Stain looking at Nagant like, oh, but I'm out of pocket.
I saw that.
That's a fact.
Why wasn't Stain just recruited to be a part of like their own personal cleanup squad with plausible deniability?
Because his quirk was literally not interesting for them. For the quirks that we have seen from the people that work for them.
Stain couldn't be a part of the commission because he would do this. He would kill people in the commission. He would be this is not how heroes do things behind the shadow. You're supposed to be out there.
No. You don't understand why that. He said why he wasn't recruited even as a kid even. You know what I mean? His quirk was not interesting. For what we see,
Well, because my thing is,
nigga said Dr. Stone is cheeks week to week. I should time you out.
What? I don't know.
You just listened to the wrong nigga.
Yeah.
Oh man.
Because this chapter of Stone was pretty good.
Stone
Stone's been amazing the past few weeks.
I think every Stone chapter is good. So I'm not the good person to talk to about that.
I won't say that like I've enjoyed every single chapter of Dr. Stone week to week. For a while, I was like, okay,
this arc has been peak. This arc has been peak.
Especially these last 5, 6, 7, 8 chapters, especially have been perfectly fine week to week.
Yep.
You can't lie. Like this last arc was peak. I know you like Stonewall. I know you like Stonewall's attitude, but
yeah. But like no, to me, this stuff where they've been like with Stanley and them has been.
I stopped reading the manga when it was the Stone Wars. I watched the anime, so right now I'm waiting for the second part of the anime. It comes back in this summer, I think so. And yeah, Sonia Para. I love your colorings, man. Or girl.
Yep. I'm glad Sun's in here because that coloring was whew. My thing is like Stain, we have to see Stain again. And I do think he's
killing Yorai Musa.
Yeah, like I think that's like almost guaranteed. Now, like I'm not gonna promise people that because like that's dangerous. People get really upset when YouTubers say anything like that should be happening. But I think there's a good chance that's going to come into play. And if we got Overhaul coming in as a victim, because I've seen people posting like the parallel between Eri potentially getting hit with the bullet and Mirio saving, and like Deku having to decide if he wants to reach out and go out of his way to try to save. It's gonna be.
I just read a tweet of Roger about the last One Piece chapter. It's just a good man. It's just a good Roger, I'm telling you. Oh man, One Piece fans, sometimes they can smoke something that I don't understand. It's not about Roger. Roger is really just reacting to these people start thinking sometimes. Oh man, he's too good.
Wait, what Roger? Roger what?
Roger just said like about the last chapter, if Luffy turns the water into rubber using a newly acquired fruit awakening, I will turn my YouTube channel into a Kingdom channel for a full week.
Hold on.
If Curious was a boy, nobody would care about her. Damn.
I feel like that's true though.
Curious was kind of bad though.
Oh, sorry. Talking about Tokyo Revengers, yes.
Nah, I low key feel like that's true too, because I feel like if Jiten had died, nobody would have cared.
Yeah, for sure.
Like if Dabi cooked Jiten during their fight, people would be like, "Damn, he sucked," and they kept pushing. But Curious, they're like, "No, why would you waste this character?" Like with. I don't know how much he could have.
Okay. So wait. I do want to say this because I just like something just like went off in my head about why Curious died. Because print media is outdated.
What?
Print media?
Okay, so if you have the ability to hack satellites, if you have the ability to like hack websites.
Oh no, that's true. I know this.
So she died because print media is out of date.
Oh no.
She died because she fucked with the wrong person.
No, she died because she's making she's working on paper, not on softwares.
She's like the old era. Like she's the old era of media. She's literally like, whatever.
That's what
an era where you can do Skype videos and all this other stuff. Like
situation. She was looking for
Toga literally told her to sit down.
Wait. Time. People in the chat talking about if the god was a boy, nobody would care. Wait, let me remind y'all what happened during the conference reveal. Like, if you design the right way, you design the right way. It don't matter if you're male or female. Like, if you got a good design, people gonna sit. It don't matter what gender is.
Yeah, y'all aren't looking at the other side of the fandom.
Yeah, like I mean, I saw dudes that were like, "I'm straight," but like, compress right there in the rib cage, baby. Oh,
Yeah.
I was like, huh?
Yeah,
Again,
right.
Yeah, like
right in that
I don't
hole.
know. I don't know why people acting like only the female characters get attention. Like
I would like to say something too. I know why.
I don't care about Mr.
Shigaraki
Complex design.
no, wait. What
The male.
Shigaraki likes and likes I forgot his name. Aizawa, because when he was a younger child, he was a fan of him.
Ooh, big
But
body.
That's
dude,
why
no,
that
I
he keeps
killed
saying
it
that he's so
again.
cool. That's why that he's saying that he's so cool, bro. That's why that he keeps saying that he's
Yeah,
so
look,
cool.
look.
Because he was a
I
fan. I
Yeah.
think so.
done said Compress's name. I done got niggas started in the chat.
Like, dog said it was too sexy to live. Okay, real quick. Nadir coming through again. Reading comprehension in this fandom is garbage. Some of these guys are saying Nagant is pointing at Chisaki to test Deku. How does someone tell you that they are doing straight to your face and you still choose to be an idiot and duck?
Oh my god.
Nah, she's definitely gonna shoot at Overhaul. Like, no
Yeah.
doubt, she's going to do it. But I don't think she really wants to kill him.
I don't, but like my thing is like it's not a quote test. It's a way to create an opening. Like
Yeah.
that's
Kind of like what Dobby did to get to Hawks.
Yeah.
I knew you would save twice, so that's why I didn't hold back.
like
You really
the
killed
same
it.
thing happened when like All For One was like heroes have so many things to protect, and then you see a lady crawling out of the rubble like, oh,
Yes, point-
oh.
Yep. Yep.
And then what did All For One do? Shoot a giant blast like, ha ha, stop it. So this is like this has been a thing where like villains are like, oh, you want to save the day? Bleh. Which is which is why villains like All For One get handled by people get handled best by characters like early Bakugo, but that are adults. Because you're like, haha, I'm gonna prove a point. And Bakugo's like, I'm trying to win. So as you shoot somebody else, he just blows you up. Oh, Bakugo. Like, all right, you shot that nigga, but I won. Like, now what? Like,
but the citizen collateral damage. Oh man. Yeah.
Right.
So just thinking about this, just see if we get a flashback of Shigaraki reading something about Aizawa as a kid, man, I'm gonna scream. I'm telling you, I'm gonna scream. Damn.
All for one probably told Shigaraki to look out for Aizawa. He said, yo, this hero right here, everybody else, you got them. But if you see this man,
Run!
like,
Run, nigga, run!
Cause they had hits, but they scheduled hits on Aizawa. Like,
Yeah, from the beginning.
they were trying to get him that day, not Shirakumo.
Yes. So when just thinking about this, I really think that he's a fan. That's why
When
they keep saying.
Jaten gets animated, I'm going back to the Jaten anime when he gets animated.
okay.
The Deku phase right now is gonna die down.
So here's the thing that I just want to like point out, like everybody, because like people were so insistent that we needed to rush through JT. But like, let's be real here for a second. Has this not been one of the best adapted seasons?
It's been the most consistent.
On God.
I don't know for the moment. I didn't watch the anime.
Episode.
I just know that the opening is bad.
No,
Bro,
okay.
The opening is simple but effective.
The opening isn't okay. Do you want to know what the real problem with the opening is?
The song slaps. The song slaps.
No, the song don't slap. That's so bad.
Hold on. The problem with the opening, I'm about to tell you something, is that the opening sounds like a My Hero opening.
And you mean what? And
like think about but like in that it sounds like a formulaic. Like somebody was like, I really want to write a hero opening for My Hero. What did all the other ones sound like?
I wonder what the.
That's what this one sounds like.
That's just gonna make that other opening that drastic.
What did Enda talk about in
so
the chat? He been talking about sipping for a minute now. Sipping will hurt you in the long run.
Because
meanwhile he out here defending characters. but end up be defending characters like Hector.
Oh, not watching a simple. Wait, hold on. Homeboy said he hasn't watched a single episode. He's waiting for NBA. Wait, watch joint training.
Me too.
Stop it.
Me too.
You haven't watched
Pixar.
no
We are in the
episodes
same.
of
We are in the same. We are in the same group. Literally, I didn't watch any episode of My Hero Academia right now.
Y'all missing out, son.
No, because I just want to see
that Black Whip episode was fire.
I saw some shots, see some shots, some thing, but I'm gonna watch every. The opening is great. Stop the cap. The opening is bad, man. Hey, My Hero Academia has great openings, fun openings to watch, or to listen to, or to listen to. But that one, I was listening to it. I was.
Oh yeah, I don't know who needs to hear this, but we're not getting a villain only opening.
But actually, so this is the other thing I want to say though, because of the way that this opening was structured, it's so wholesome that it actually does set up a beautiful like switch.
Yep.
If we did go for a villain only opening, where that like, especially if they did it correctly, but the trick here is that if you want to do it that way, they can't just start the opening when we get the new opening. What they have to do is start the episode, have the episode playing out, get to see
the opening at the opening at the end. The opening at the end.
No, the opening has to start like midway into the episode as Shigaraki is like walking past and like does the decay, and then like that has to be the start of the opening.
JJ, stop with your fucking one-liners, bro.
Whoa. He said, "Fuck Hector."
JJ I just
nah. If we get a villain opening, I'll be hyped. Shit. But I don't think they're gonna do it.
They're gonna do it. They have to do it. We have one of the best arc, the classic.
They said it's time. Honestly, I don't know how they're gonna handle NBA because niggas be hating and saying that shit is taboo. So it's like I wonder how Bones feels about NBA. Like,
if they miss that one, I'm gonna take the flight to Japan.
They probably hate Shigaraki. They're like, yo, your quirk is so hard to animate. Like, they can't do their regular. Oh, they just turn into little gray chunks. They gotta like really show niggas getting dusted. Like I need like some Thanos Infinity War style particle effects. Like I need like dust on the screen.
And honestly, they need to take some liberties with that crowd dusting. This is what I want to see. I want to see Fish Islands like coming down, like zooming in as his hand goes like across the face, and then like pull out as he like zooms through them. So we get like an angle of him like high speed moving, but also get to see the masses is falling apart.
And if they really want to do it like slow motion or a still frame, that better be the greatest still frame I've ever seen, like in the whole anime.
And then make sure you include him puking. Don't cut.
And when he decays that building, like, cause me, I will never forget how I felt when I first read that, because I was reading NBA week to week. I didn't know his power. I didn't know his quirk could go that far. Like when he touched that building and decayed it, I said, "Yo, this guy has been like not going all out the whole series. Like he's just been decaying little objects or people, but." And the way he decayed that building, it looked like it was falling down almost. Like, so that could be a really cool scene too. And then the Redestro fight, him decaying. I'm worried about how they're gonna animate him decaying a burden, because it really just seems like if they animate that like energy, he's gonna be just grabbing energy and it's like dissipate. Because Horikoshi didn't even really draw that. He just told us that happened. Like, oh, he decayed it. So like, I don't know. And then the mass decay at the end with all the buildings falling apart. I don't know how they're gonna do that. That might have to be CGI on the buildings. Like they got a lot of work to do for that arc.
Man, that's kind of why that's part of why I don't want them trying to do Endeavor Agency 2, because there's gonna be a lot that they need to do with NBA, because
twice? Oh my God, Sandman's Parade. How are they gonna do that?
Even doing the wide shots of Gitten versus Dabi, if they do it right, is gonna take a lot of effort. Like those, especially like the Ice Dragon, like the Redestro big attacks. Like
Nah, I know they can't wait to get to season 6 because Twice gonna be a pain in the ass. They're gonna be like, yes, he's dead. Can move on. Like
R.I.P.
they're gonna have to work harder than Horikoshi on Twice because he just had clones. He had clones everywhere. Like emphasis on everywhere. Like there was panels of just
Clones in the
Twice.
streets. Clones in the trees.
Bro, the city was flooded with just clones of Twice.
And you get an excuse to just show people getting their heads like splattered because like Twice actually gets his head blown off multiple times, that art. So
bro, Jaten stabs him through like Jaten stabbed all of his clones with like a big ass sheet of ice.
Like
oh my god.
Yeah.
Makia might be hard too. Just this big ass beast.
The Makia scenes, man. That's why, like, because I was like sitting here thinking about it, and almost without question, I feel like season 6 will be another November season instead of a March one.
Yeah, I can see that. It's gonna be later.
Like I see that one being November 2022.
Yo, so one of the animators said that that's gonna be a hard season. They were like, "Oh, I don't know how we're gonna do this." Like, I don't think he was capping.
That's true. This like when you see the stuff that even in this arc MVA, guys, when I see the MVA, I'm seeing MVA, I'm thinking to myself, guys, if you take the time to do stuff like this, you know, because these are the moments that change MHA. MHA changed at that moment, you know what I mean? Like, MHA changed at All Might versus Alpha One, and it changed at this MVA too. So,
but Bala, right? So when even the CRC getting massacred, like that's a whole different type of setting. Like
you heard, you just imagine you thinking that you're gonna see kids play football with each other, and the next thing you see the KKK clan getting killed by black people. That's what you see. That's what you see literally.
All right, so I'm thinking about it. Right, next episode we start with chapter like 214, and that's episode 11. So
it's gonna be the last one from what I remember.
So that's episode 11 of the first core. So let's see real quick. Yep. So that should finish the round. Like we should be able to finish the round.
It's called On Brawl. That was the chapter where the thing finished.
Yeah. Yeah. So like we can either get just the fight or the actual complete wrap up plus the notes section. I don't know which one we're getting though. But if we get all like 214 through 216 for episode 11, then that basically means episode 100 is going to be like 217, 218, 219, which basically would be give us the focus of like Bakugo training a bit, the airy stuff, and then we transition into the scene with the houses and get to see the Bakugo cider house incident fight, like with Bakugo.
We also need the airy stuff with
the airy. So more than likely, episode 100 would be the airy stuff and the cider house fight.
Okay, we just got a donation of Miss Anaya.
Ooh, Anaya won before. Next season intro should start with the students at school with an old intro, but then we slowly see the screen decay and see the law take over the OP. Like that. I mean, I'm not gonna lie, that'd be pretty nice.
Yeah. Poison Tree, that's what I'm saying. If they censor it, like there's too much to censor. So they might as well not, because it's not going to be, because if they want to keep it consistent, you really can't censor certain things. Like when Curious died, like there's blood everywhere. Like that's it. The Twice clones, they just kept dying over and over again. That's it. Shiggy's family getting decayed. That's it. Like, you got to think about the context of censoring. Like, what type of censors are you talking about? Like, no blood? Like, that's not happening.
More than likely, I see it going like the way they did the Magne Pop, where like that impact will like go into black and white so that like the blood shooting into the air isn't like that big of a deal.
You should have that every time, man. That arc has blood everywhere you see blood.
Yeah, NBA is way too violent. Like, they can't They
Well,
can't
I'm talking
even
about like the
they-
big splats, like the bigger splats. You
They
can
can't
do that
even try to
with.
play that game.
You know
Like,
what they can do is
boy,
change the hour setting.
spinning through 360 no scope knives into niggas' temples. Like you can't.
You know
Like,
what I want to?
censor that.
We get a guy who gets his fingers cut, literally.
And if they use that black and white,
spread out of
thing, like,
different
they're gonna have.
cities.
If they do that black and white thing, they're gonna have to do that like 8 times. Because
Yeah,
that's how much blood.
In one episode, you're gonna get that 8 times. One episode, and the next one too. Just
That's what I'm
no.
saying. Like, because there's blood. There's
Or
gonna
to
be
change the
blood
color of
and
the
gore
blood.
in every single episode.
Or to change the color of the blood, making pink, make it pink, like in good the anime there of the based on the game, like it's named Good and Pen. I forgot the name. There's like a detective game, like you see different people, a class, stuff like this. They make the censor stuff by making the blood pink. Do that. Just change the color.
Or how they made Piccolo's blood like purple.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's too much. It's too much blood to make purple.
Well, that's what's funny though is that like that's also so. This is a good time to point this out. That's probably going to happen with Chainsaw Man.
Yeah.
Especially because there's like color pages where he's like covered in entrails, but they're like birthday party colored and all kinds of other stuff.
Yeah.
So there's a really high likelihood that the way around Chainsaw Man in the anime is just going to be that like it's going to be different colored blood.
Yeah. Like Joseph said, Danganronpa.
And they can't.
Thank you.
So the part that I'm most worried about.
Thank you,
So, okay, so the thing that's going to be really irritating for me is when Monchan dies and people spend more time talking about Monchan than they spend talking about the actual story. Because they're like, their dog died. And it's like, oh my god, like,
They're gonna be crying off that already, and he didn't even do that yet. He didn't even get to the body.
Like, and it's like y'all not even ready. Man, see, East got family visit him, so he was like, man, I'm gonna need my boy East to pull up sooner.
Yep.
Because
he wanted to say stuff. That's the thing about it.
Oh yeah. Which the other thing though for me is, what do you guys think Nagant's ultimate morality is? Like, which side do you think, or she's going to be like a very vigilante going forward, who's going to like leave all for one?
I could see her getting redeemed. I could see it happening.
Yeah,
because she doesn't hate society the same way Shigaraki does, or anything like that. Like, she hates the commission, like the actual dark side that people don't know about.
Like, oh yeah, and that's like kind of the other thing too, is that I kind of wonder if Stain maybe encountered one of these other kinds of heroes while they were becoming disillusioned.
Yeah, because he was killing villains too, like this.
Why didn't they send like an agent after Stain or something? Like, Stain definitely should have got a visit by Men in Black.
Because my thing is also that Stain was in a hero academy at one point. So his really extreme views after he dropped out and was preaching should have still attracted somebody to him. That's why I kind of see it.
Or even when he was killing people, like, why did they send like a Nagant type agent after him to kill him? Right. If he was really he was that big of a problem.
Which, well, the thing is that when we're looking at what the Hero Commission's mission is now, they likely, while they on the surface were like, oh yeah, we got to get Stain. On the deeper level, they probably were okay with him. Because
they probably just let him do what he did because they're just like, all right, less shit we have to do.
I mean, maybe he really was killing like genuinely bad heroes, but
because
at the same time,
he basically did the same thing Nagant was doing. So they had Nagant in prison, and then he started. And the other thing to note is that any city that Stain was in, he would like kill 4 heroes and then bounce or like injure or whatever and then leave. And then those cities' crime rates would drop because the heroes would work harder.
Mm-hmm.
So they were like, well, I mean,
that's why Shigaraki called him a hero breeder. He was trying to clown on him.
Yeah, because like he actually ended up strengthening like what they were doing and like what they were trying to be about. So since he helped them in that way, catching Stain wasn't truthfully a high priority because he was doing their mission. And when you're whacking people for having conversations about breaking the law, like
They were kidding niggas. They were talking about what do you think about
their phones were definitely wiretapped.
or someone's quirk, whatever the case may be, is like that. Yeah, like somebody said, Stain was working for free. Like they had a literal free agent. Like,
even as Stendhal, when he was Stendhal, he was killing like villains, he was killing heroes. So like he get tips from people, and he was literally doing their job. So yeah, interesting.
it's like you could sit there and be mad about it, or you could sit there and be like, I'll exploit this. Because like, and you see, they might have even been worried about the idea of a person with a message going to prison, because that always ends up breeding some sympathizers. But when you look at like, oh, like people are starting to sympathize with Stain, and then you get the introduction of Coda in the next season, it's like, well, if even 3-year-olds were already starting to get tired of like hero stuff, no wonder Stain was able to get this like following, because like if a 3, 4, 5-year-old is like, man, hero's trash, then you better believe there's a bunch of people who feel the same way. So it's weird that Stain didn't like get recruited. But I also think that
it'll get explained.
But it realistically is just like he was their free agent. Like he was like, they were like, shit, you doing what we want anyway. And
he definitely had a home base, because we saw after he left Tartarus, he went somewhere and got a sword out of the gutter. Like he definitely had somewhere he operated at.
Right. And like, dude, and the thing is that even because the fact that he still has a base even is kind of weird, because like you would think they would have gone through, found all the stuff, his caches, and like busted those up too. But that doesn't fully seem to be the case. So it just kind of seems like, I think that Stain was somebody they let go free. And that's why, like, again, you notice they don't talk to Endeavor a lot. They kind of just like,
he doesn't know. Endeavor doesn't know shit at all.
Right. He's not at all favored by the Hero Commission. Even All Might wasn't favored by the Hero Commission for telling this kinds of stuff too. So it's like Endeavor going to be like, yeah, I'm gonna go after Stain finally, seems more like his own personal decision, not anything the Hero Commission would have been like, hey, Endeavor, can you help out with this? He was like, man, I got the most cases. Let me put that nigga on a shirt real quick.
Yo, listen. Y'all talking about Mustard in the chat. Mustard was in Tartarus. I don't care what nobody says. Muscular was there. Like, you don't just pull up with a gun and try to shoot kids in MHA and they put you in regular jail.
Yeah.
Like,
Dog had to clarify in MHA because in America that you really do think. Anyway.
in real life, he would have gotten a slap on the wrist and he would have been back on the street.
But like,
said, don't
just
do
had
that.
a bad day and all that, you know.
They're like, oh my God, he's such a cute, mentally ill kid. Like, don't you feel bad for him? Like,
it was like,
he
no,
poisoned like 26 kids. You know what I'm saying? He's all right. Like,
he's a domestic terrorist.
Nah, he just had a bad day. That's it.
Wait, roll credits. Zeno said the phrase Dr. Stone.
oh yeah.
Oh,
Every time they say Dr. Stone, I'm like, yeah, like it really is Dr. Stone. See, you didn't even read the Stone chapter, which you was defending it. You're a good dude. You're a good dude.
I'm halfway through the Stone chapter right now. That's why I said that.
You know, Zeno's still a bitch. I don't care what type of redemption, whatever they try to do for him. I still don't like him.
Oh yeah,
Don't like.
Because he's an older version of Ryusei.
Because
he was like
every time I hear him talk, it's just like this edgy, like talking all ethics, morals, politics, fuck all of that. Like I just want to rule the world. Like
hold up,
childish.
How y'all gonna say Mustard was a bad shot when the first shot blew off Tetsu's mask, which means the first shot was a face shot?
On God, that nigga would have been dead.
What?
On God.
Like, bro.
If that was Kendo instead of Tetsu, joint training would have been way different. That's all I'm gonna say about that.
Like, bro. Dude literally was like, blah, 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 blah.
He had time to reload.
He actually had like
I'm just
Tetsu
reading
on the
Mashup right
ground.
now. I'm just reading Mashup. The last chapter
Yeah.
is good.
Right, he did.
Wait, I didn't read Mash yet.
Bro, he
Oh,
did.
yeah, I gotta
he
read
did
Mash.
to Tetsu with
I can read
Shoto
everything.
could never. Shoto ain't never had Tetsu like that, but Mustard had Tetsu like that.
You telling me that Shoto got outperformed by a 13-year-old? Damn, that's crazy.
Oh God. Yo, if Mustard, if they had Mustard in NBA, he could have took down a whole wave of the city by himself. Like Mustard was actually OP.
Mustard
I don't
actually
care.
would have been a real like now that you mention it, yeah, that would have been a real powerful threat during NBA.
Bro,
Yeah.
like if you read like the camp arc, all the people that got arrested and came back now are the most dangerous people. Like Muscular, Moonfist, Mustard. If they had all of those pieces, Overhaul wouldn't have did what he did. Redestro wouldn't have been as free to do what he did. Like they had strong ass people that they just didn't have at the moment because they were locked up.
Mustard.
You know what's crazy? But that also kind of confirmed that like Twice never measured Mustard or just didn't like think about it like that. Because if he had, imagine if like during the middle of the Sad Man's parade, they just made like 30 of them.
They could have just told Mustard, yo, go like to the other side of the city and take out that whole half. Because you saw how big his smoke screen was. Like
Yeah.
he could have.
Like he was just walking through.
He probably could have helped against Makia when they were training with Makia. He probably could have knocked him out. That's what Midnight was about to do.
I still think that
Like-
Dabi didn't like not fighting Makia was because he can't fight Makia without doing actual real damage.
Shiggy too. I don't know. Like I feel like Horikoshi kind of skimmed over that. Like how did Shiggy fight Makia
With hands?
without decay?
That's why he was so.
I want-
Physical. That's where the physical improvement came from. Like he was basically forced to fight him without using his quirk. And that's the other thing about.
He's just as crazy as Deku then, if that's the case. If you go fight Maki with your bare hands and you know your power is decay.
Because his goal isn't to kill the dude, so he can't. So like Dabi didn't fight. Like Dabi wasn't gonna fight Makia because lighting Makia on fire with like flash fire fist.
Nah, Makia was heated. Makia was heated. Like no pun intended. When Dabi shot him, he was actually mad. Like he was about to tear them up if Ujiko didn't teleport them away.
Right. And if he would have used even hotter attacks, then like he probably would have actually done damage to him.
Yes, the only one.
But any
Like
damage,
Makia did not eat that fire blast from Dabi. He did not eat that the way
he
they
had
made it
marks
seem.
on him and everything. He was actually charred. Like I don't know why people don't act like there was no impact at all.
It's because Toga said not very effective Dabi. Like with that, he did not eat that.
So like both Dabi and Shigaraki would have had to fight Makia without using their power most of the fight.
And you know Dabi is worthless hand to hand without his work.
Like instantly, like nah, like I'm good on that. That's actually a good point too.
He's canonically frail. Like canonically, Dabi is frail.
But it is a good point, Brandon De La Cruz. Like if Dabi was at the meet with Overhaul, he probably would have just cooked them.
Oh yeah, it wouldn't have went down like that either.
They would have like busted through the room and it would have been like, oh cool.
Overhaul would have died, bro. If Dabi was there, like it wasn't happening like that. That's why Overhaul was clowning Shiggy the way he was. He's like, you got all these strong pieces and they're not even here. Like you weak right now. I could like kill all y'all and nothing would happen.
And so yeah, it's like. But that's why, like, all of a sudden, Shigaraki is moving way faster. Like afterwards.
That's why during NBA he was like, "Yo, bring Dabi here right now. I don't care where he is. He's here. He's coming with us to this city. We're not going there without Dabi."
And like, if you remember, like what Dabi says, well, if our leader is racking up kills, then I'm not going to be outdone. Which. Like the scene where he sees, and that's the other thing is like Spinner sees Shigaraki run through a bunch of people decaying a whole mass, and it's like, did that nigga just spread it? Oh, Dobby's like, nah, bro, I'm killing more people than that. Which that's why I always say Dobby is Shiggy's archetypical shonen rival. Like
he
was like, nah.
Dobby stole his whole thunder during the war. Like Dobby outperformed Shigaraki during the war. Like in terms of villainy, he fucked up the whole society with the hair dye removal.
Well,
like, that's all it took.
That was always the point, though. Like even back in the overhaul arc, like Shigaraki. So that's kind of why like Shiggy and Dobby almost have to have a conflict, because I wouldn't be like if Shigaraki ended up taking over, but eventually ended up fighting Dobby, because it could be that the punishment for twice dying isn't Shigaraki going after Hawks, but Shigaraki and Dobby having a conflict.
Yeah, that's why I'm saying like I don't see Hawks dying anytime soon. Like, and then I feel like I really do feel like Shiggy would be more upset at Dobby than Hawks, because it's like you let him in here, so you got to get, and Shigaraki has been like enlightened, so he would go to the problem at the source instead of Toga would be the more no Hawks gotta die. And if it's Toga v Hawks, then y'all know who I got. With Wings, of course, not right now.
Yeah, Wings Hawks is whooping. Like just like Wings Hawks probably would have beat Dobby. Well, do you think Wings Hawks can fight Flash Fire Dobby?
Nah, I don't think so. That's not the Dobby fan talking. Like Dobby was untouchable when he had Flash Fire. Like Genus couldn't fuck with him at all. Like if he could burn Genus's fibers, why couldn't Hawks' wings just turn to dust?
No. He would just approach him. He would die from the heat, literally. Just to think about it. That man lit like a sun. He's blazing like a sun or something. Oh, bro.
Like Flash Fire Dobby could. I got Flash Fire Dobby over probably everybody but Endeavor. And Shiggy, of course.
Like
even Endeavor couldn't handle it.
It would take Shiggy a lot to beat him too. It wouldn't be like, it would probably be like a mid-diff fight, like Flash Fire Dobby versus Shiggy at 75. Like I got Shiggy, but it's not going to be a loss.
Right, because like Shiggy, they both have access to these ridiculously large attacks, but like when you're basically throwing, because we've done the math, if you can flash boil carbon fiber, you more than likely are cooking around like 4,000 degrees. We're talking like Celsius, talking like red giant temperatures. Like
I remember Squid did the math one time. It was like a jet engine levels of hot, like the surface of the sun type shit.
Like you get cooked. So like it's not like just being close. Like because like if you remember, Dobby just flashing some heat finally like knocked Deku unconscious.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Deku fell back.
The thing about just being around him when he's on fire, you just can't handle you can't handle it. Literally, you can't handle it. You're just like you how longer that you stay there, how longer that you will start to lose your breath.
He can fly.
Hold up. We not finna say Gran Torino low diff the dude and then ignore all the context.
Stop. We're not about to act like Kamui Woods had him tied up. He was just about to fold Kamui Woods. He was like, Woods, like, the fuck is this? And then he got knocked out. He was about to cook like everybody.
Like don't take sneak attacks out of context. Yeah. That's not how you scale. It's very disingenuous. Yeah, also, though, like
Flash Fire Dobby is not getting watched by Makia.
Like Makia might not be able to feel pain.
I ain't saying he gonna win, but he's not getting watched.
Darnish.
Like Makia not being able to feel pain doesn't mean he's not gonna like get cooked.
Wait.
It just means he's not gonna notice. Die. Like he's just not gonna notice that his arm is.
Mm-hmm. The thing because he has a quirk that makes him not feel pain. I can't remember.
Right. But like,
also, even if y'all do want to give the Gran Torino like, if you want to give him that double with Dobby, like Gran Torino's not weak. Like Gran Torino is actually mad strong. So
my thing though is that we're talking about Gran Torino who like blitzed the Nobu, stomped it, and literally stomped it so hard that the ground exploded.
Yeah.
Like it's not like he kicks people lightly.
That man, when he kicks, he kicks.
Like Gran Torino's not soft. Like just because Siggy made him look like. Look, people do not talk about that ass whooping enough. Like Shigaraki really fucked Gran Torino up. Like even if he's not dead, that ass whooping was like you could tell the way Siggy put hands on him. He really just couldn't wait to get his hands on one of the heroes. Like he was like, "Nah, I'm getting one of you. I'm doing you filthy." Like he crushed Gran Torino's foot, slammed him on the ground, and then impaled the shit out of him. There was blood everywhere. Like the ground spiked the same way that it did for that Noble.
And that's the other thing, though, right? Is that Gran Torino was able to go toe to toe, like for a brief moment. Like he straight up kicked Shigaraki's arm mid punch and was like, "Yeah, I hit your hit so that you couldn't hit me."
And then Shigaraki gut checked him, like when he was like, "Don't trample over Samora's memory." Shigaraki was like, "What the hell is that?" And then he gut checked him and he went flying. Like, Shigaraki really beat Gran Torino's ass.
But my point is that like if Gran Torino's out here deflecting 75% Shigaraki blows, which are capable of generating wind force smashes, like
he tanked the hit from All Might during Camino.
Like, bro, like why are y'all acting like he got hit by a scrub? Like that's like saying somebody's weak because they got like knocked out by 30% a Deku smash from like behind.
That was like my biggest problem for weeks with this whole Nagant situation was people acting like, oh, Deku's at like 30%, he gonna handle her. I'm like, bro, she's not weak. Like,
yeah, no.
Like first of all, she has a sniper, she's at a distance. Deku's not good at that. And then safety commission training, and now we got even more. Like Nagant was always a good combatant, like for anybody.
Yeah, but you see, like, and you notice, like I said, like she's not trying to fight him like straight up though, because while she was able to get away, she don't need to be fighting him at close range.
Yeah,
and she has a handicap. She's not trying to kill him.
Like, and he fucked up and asked questions. Like,
bro, if he just wrapped her in Black Whip and like did a little like you know during the muscular fight in part 2 where he grabbed him and slammed him in the water.
Yeah.
If he just did that to the guy, like, or hit him with a Detroit smash, like I've been saying,
like if he would have hit her with a 30% Detroit smash in the stomach, just the gut checker, that might have been enough to like stop the fight right there.
All right, yo. Yeah. So Davi is not top 3 in the verse, but he's definitely top 10.
Yeah.
Yes.
Like there's specifically Flash Fire Davi. Like
I get the slander and everything. Like people like to make fun of Davi, but like he's not that person no more. Like the reveal happened. We've seen the real Davi now. Like y'all don't have to act like that no more.
He's top 10. He's top 10. Top 10 like power wise. I would say like power outputs.
He's not that scrub no more, guys. I promise. Believe me, Davi is not a scrub anymore. Like he's putting work.
Davi canonically was never a scrub. He wasn't trying to like. Okay, Flashfire Dabi is extremely powerful, but Flashfire Dabi is a double-edged sword. It's basically like a permanent flare blitz. It always has recoil. So when Maki pulls up,
he don't care about the recoil. That's the thing about like.
But he cares about what he's like. He cares about which fights he pays that cost on. Right. So like he wasn't trying to pay that cost on Makia, like
or Jaten. He wasn't going to use Flash Fire against Jaten.
Right. Like this fight is, and like the thing is that you could argue that we cut away from Dabi and Jaten's fight because he did use Flash Fire. Specifically after he says like, "Oh, you're the strong," and he's like, "All right, no, you gotta die."
Like
the reason we don't get to see
PTSD from Endeavor.
Right, so like it would have been the same as Shoto, like how Shoto doesn't tap into his full power until he starts getting his ass beat like it's his dad. Once you start spouting off about some ideologies that make Dabi want to bust out his laptop and hate women, like that's when the Flash Fire Fist comes out. So like, I feel like he could have popped it off and like started charring himself, and then that's why gets him back.
Nigga said Dabi couldn't even kill Cowboy Woods because of Gran Torino. Cowboy Woods is about to die.
No, he's talking about. He's talking about And the
Wait,
war
first
arc.
of all,
The war arc.
he
should
was he was holding back. Compress said it. He said you taking the heroes too lightly.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, he was literally laughing while shooting the fire.
And we haven't seen Cowboy Wood since that happened. Besides that little panel of him in 306, and he looks different. Probably scarred the fuck up.
He's burnt. He's
Veggie too. He cooked Veggie too. Yo, Dobby did put in bad work, and people still sleeping. Like he did a lot. Like
he's the one that did the
he's
most.
He bodied y'all fave, which is Shoto. Like, he bodied y'all fave.
Yep, that's true.
And gave him a hug.
Good.
Love.
Horikoshi put a glomp sound effect, like where he hugged him. Like,
yeah, I know.
The implication of that.
Yeah.
So the real implication of that glomp, though, is that he used a burst of speed to travel towards Shoto to give him the hug. So like they would have been blasted, and then he was like,
just to tell him that his friends didn't care about him. Because
exactly.
Yep.
Like,
Yep.
they were like, yo, like the tone shift was so massive. Like, cause you see Bakugo always like great explosion, murder, god, dynamite, and everybody's making fun of him, and then we get to Shoto and it's like, damn, you just about to die, and nobody's like helping. Like,
and I was like, look at your friends. It looks like they're having fun. No fun for you, Shoto. Like, what?
And speaking of no fun, did you Now, I don't told you once, I don't told you twice, I don't told you 3 times before. But let me say it again, because guess who's knocking at your door? It's undefeated of the East, baby. What it do? And I'm coming for you. You said last week and the week before that, all he needed super speed and super strength. Was she gonna do a 45%? And I told you niggas what was good. And look at you now. I bet you running around with some excuses. Well, you see, they don't count because I ain't trying to hear that shit. I'm packing you the fuck up, and rightfully so. Because all you niggas ain't nothing but some hoes. Woo-wee, man. How we doing today? Because I know I'm feeling fucking great.
Oh, doing
feeling
great.
We
Also,
feeling
real
good,
quick,
man.
I love the fact that Alves makes it a point to type Hail Hori backwards every week.
Ooh, oh, man. Y'all almost slid by. Y'all were this close.
Man,
This close to getting off the hook.
Nah, like we talked about, like he has to do certain things to win. And if he doesn't, he wins. If he doesn't, he loses.
Yep.
And sure enough, what did he do? Hey, yo, let me talk to you before I capture you.
The God can't beat him, though.
That's who?
Her. She said I gotta do. She said I gotta do fuck shit. I gotta point at somebody else.
Hey, listen. He pressuring all he can. She said, hey, he got a bunch of mental stress. Let me add on to that shit. I told y'all niggas about that new Quirk shit. Guess what he said? Damn, it's like they said last week. My parallel processing ass. That shit didn't really help me out, but for 2 seconds.
Nigga said it's like they said last week.
Oh yeah, the really thing we forgot about it. They could just think that he's the guy. It just shows that he's the guy, man. They kept telling him that he's doing things wrong, but he kept. Yeah. Oh man, it's so hilarious when you see that.
All right, East, I know you got something to say about the paneling. I'm sure somebody says something after you read the scans. Actually, East, were you here? Were you listening when we were talking about how Nagant might have killed one of her own fans?
I didn't listen. I wasn't here for anything. I didn't hear a single word of stream.
All right, so peep this. If you look at page 7, right?
Yeah.
Like we only started talking about before he gets murked, has the exact same like fish fins and a similar hairstyle to the kid on page 9 behind the pig nose nigga. Also, I just realized that the pig nose dude's got a A on his shirt, and I'm like, please don't say anything else after that. Like, please.
Chill.
Oh damn! Nagant was out here folding niggas that she seen last week. That's crazy.
Well, like that's the thing is that like it could be the kid grown up. It could be that like we don't know how old Nagant is. That's the one question here. Like, because that could also just be his son, for example.
That's highly plausible. I mean, based on what she looked like to be in her early 20s, very early 20s, off the flashbacks, and seeing her now, I'm pretty sure it's good, like early 30s, I'll say, safe to say.
Yeah, like I feel like she got to be like 30, 35. She could be 40. Like we don't know how high she is, like how old she is, but she was probably doing it for a good while. Especially if like the president was meeting with her, because we've never even seen like I guess we don't know who the president like we didn't know until we got like that confirmation when like Redestro went in, but like a lot of people accompanied her. Actually, do you think that's why the president or like Hawks was always meeting with like more than one safety commission member from then on, like almost in all his flashbacks?
Mm-hmm.
Probably.
Because they were like, let me make sure we don't get murked again.
Yeah, I mean, because, you know, we knew old girl was the president, but it's funny to see. Actually, you know what? That should be a telltale sign, because if Nagant was meeting with her and the other president when she was that young, you got to look at the flashbacks where she's at with Hawks, because by the time she's with Hawks, she's an old bitch. Yeah, in present day.
Yeah,
yeah.
So
I was thinking that. I was like,
yeah, because
she actually looks good.
Yeah, like dumb young. So I think Nagant may be damn near 40 at low key, because you know she's in her early 20s in the flashback, and that ain't no 10-year age gap between when the old president, the female president, was in that bitch when she met Nagant, and then how old she looked for Hawks.
Yeah, that she looks like somebody who went from like the early 20s all the way up to her 50s, or like her early. Yeah. So yeah, she could easily be like 30 in this shot, and then it's like 50 by the time like we see Hawks and stuff.
Yeah, I'll still take it.
So yeah, like I think Nagant's got some decent years on her, because she does also have like that more disillusioned talk, and that usually is reserved for a bit like late 30s, early 40s characters for these types of narratives.
I like him a little older.
Yeah, this is nice. This is fine.
Yeah, less rowdy. Unlike, you know, Miracle in the streets too much. You know, you probably won't ever see her until she pull up to the house at like 2 a.m. and you sleeping. She's like, I'm ready to go. What you doing? I almost got killed in the street today. So you know that's what excite her. That you trying to sleep and shit. Like, babe, I got work in the morning. She ain't going for it.
If she's up, you up.
No, exactly. I'll still let her. Be like, oh, it's 2. Oh, that's early.
Hawkins is reading a book and shit.
Yo, in team up missions, she bounces from hotel to hotel.
Oh, that's something else that I was thinking about for the last page, though. When she goes like, oh, how about one more thing to think about? She's got like that serious look. She goes to aim at Chisaki. He's like, you done yet? Got to get to the boss. And when like Deku yells Chisaki, and then she's got like this wide-eyed like look in her eyes, where do you think she's kind of thinking like, oh, I guess I hit the jackpot? Or is it more like a, wait, these niggas know each other?
No, it's definitely
a wait, these niggas know each other.
No, it's both, because it's in a split second, like, oh, hold on, not all these niggas know each other. I had the jackpot too, because she was already going to have that nigga like fucking like folded. Like she was already going like, all right, I'm gonna increase his mental burden. Not only
she probably don't even know Overhaul's name. She probably don't even know his name. I was surprised.
So like, but she's like, wait, is he yelling at the nigga on the? Hey, real quick, I'll be back. I gotta go do something real quick.
All right.
Speak.
All right, man. So listen, y'all was on that. Some of y'all was on that goofiness last week talking about something. Why would she know we're all for one that he just using her as a tool and this and that? I was like, nigga, if I'm telling you to go capture somebody, I'm gonna give you a way to contact me so I can get what I need. Why the fuck would I send you? Hey, yo, Walkins, Panzu, and Tarnish. I want all 3 of y'all to go retrieve this gold, but I'm not gonna tell you how to contact me. I'm just having you sit with the gold. Like, hello.
Thank you for the gold. Thank you.
Like, nigga, what?
Oh man.
I'm definitely gonna complete this mission, and that wasn't an indication that all right, I'm gonna complete this mission, but I don't know how to deliver you, but I'm just gonna cripple you, and then off one will come from.
Whoa. Somebody said, I don't know if it was ever stated when Hillary Clinton took over the commission, when she's introduced, like she's called the president. Like,
yeah, she's called the president, and if you know that when that nigga dies or what have you, You know what I'm saying? Of course,
Every
you know,
Destro bodied her. Oh God.
boy, I'm telling y'all,
Yeah.
listen, there's a thing about listen, Destro man got that L from Godshot. But he took that.
Don't call him Godshot now,
Listen. He didn't take that L from Godshot. Any mere man would take an L from Godshot. But listen, he got that fucking W because them niggas could not call. If the heroes had aid right now, foreign help, it would not be the same situation. But them niggas ain't got no backup, son. They got nobody. Hawks like, damn. If only we had the niggas in the office to do the paperwork, but we ain't got niggas to help us with shit. So these niggas so down bad. Like Rudessa really, really crippled these niggas. And then I wonder who put the. I bet the other countries put the fucking foreign embargo trade, so can't nobody get in and out that shit.
I probably said fuck Japan. Like they not
Bro,
fucking with them.
bro,
right
if
now.
you seen Shigaraki decimate a whole city with one touch and body the top 10 heroes,
Yep.
I'm closing off Japan too.
Yep.
And then them niggas got vigilantes on the rise, villains on the rise, and over 10,000 escape convicts. Boy, please. I'm like, all right, I got that.
Wait, it's time for us to talk about the bitch ass birds. So like, I was talking to Aniki. I was like, yo, like, what if at the end of the series, Hawks becomes the president of the safety commission when he lives? And then we were talking about the whole Stiggy and Toga situation. Like, they're not gonna be cool with him, like living.
Listen,
and then Aniki was like, what if when Stiggy finds out about Twice dying, he's more mad at Dobby than Hawks because Dobby let it happen, and that caused conflict with the league.
that's a possibility, but they still wouldn't let him slide. That's like when they keep bringing up in the chat, all they want to do is just slander Dobby. But at the same time, Dobby attempted to say that nigga twice, bro. No, wait, let's count this. I don't give a fuck what nobody say. If he really wanted to let that nigga die, he would have let him die the first time. He came in, blasted him, say twice life once. He saved them again when they went to the other side of the room. And then the third time when he said Takami Keigo, when Hawks got past him too fast, he said Takami Keigo to false him, and then he blasted him again. And then Hawks speed was outside, but he was already past Dobby's range at that point. So that's it. What he said it like 3 times before the 4th time he got that nigga. And even after that, it's like, all right, nigga, y'all can blame Dobby all you want, but who? It's like if, all right, Tarnish, we together, and goddamn, you got a gun, I ain't got no gun. And Ponzu's pointing the gun at me. Now you could have shot Ponzu, but like, hello, I mean, you could have shot Ponzu, but didn't Ponzu just shoot me? So am I gonna? Like, what the hell? How the hell that work? Not just gonna let Hawk slide regardless. If Air Quote Dobby just let Twice die. Hawks took the blade and stabbed that nigga in his back. And he played the entire league. That's not just going to slide by whether they handle Dobby or not. They don't have to just focus on one single person.
You know who is gonna slide? Slide and go.
Win.
Look who popped up. And we were waiting on you all stream, man. Damn, took you long enough.
Listen, sometimes like, you know, life just be built different. And then you got to do like 4 different things, like forever, until you can finally come back to your regularly scheduled program.
Back, bro.
Now, let me tell you something. In no plausible way, Anarchy is the only person I've seen so far actually give me a plausible reason how Hawks just slides. Because the rest of y'all niggas, now one time I asked y'all got shit on your plate. You ain't got a damn thing to say to me when I asked y'all how the Hawks survive without plot armor. I asked y'all niggas multiple times and nobody got shit to say. I don't know. If you want to blame on a plot armor, I got no problem with that whatsoever. When I ask y'all niggas a question and you can't give me an answer, I don't know.
I got a question for you. How does Deku save Shiggy?
He let that nigga die. That's why. Death can be a form of salvation too. Because he ain't gonna stop. I don't know why this nigga think, oh, I seen the little boy crying. You know what that little boy did? The second after he got finished crying, he bodied his whole family.
Like 20 seconds after that, after he cried. I think like 10.
10 seconds after that, he dusted his entire family, bro. He proceeded and just said it. I ain't no tragedy. It is what it is. Nigga talking like Shit Rocky forgot his origin or some shit. He gonna like, what? He gonna pull Shit Rocky, go pull Deku back in and show him the entire rest of the footage. Like, bro, you only seen the trailer. Let me show you the whole movie. He gonna pull that nigga back. He's like, let me show you the whole movie, nigga. You only seen the trailer. Nigga said you played the demo. So on the chat, I'm gonna ask y'all. I'm gonna ask the chat. Y'all go to the Discord, and if y'all got some plausible ways that Hawks can survive, because I would have given you if he played his Oracle type beat and he was just in the studio, you know, doing like cold work from the back. But that nigga got no wings and he on the field. So then he got a big ass death flat, big ass target on his back after killing twice. In case you forgot, when Shigaraki get crossed or tried, Stain, when he mentioned, I'm gonna ruin your entire life, Chizaki, Reed Estro, I think y'all niggas just be forgetting that nigga don't play that shit.
What's the chat saying? I'm gonna eat some stuff because I never.
That's right, I'm trying to. You tell him.
What do I have to tell him?
Go ahead, Coyote. On God, if when Deku grabbed the gun, if he hit her with some kind of attack, if he used Black Whip, Detroit Smash, something, he would have had her. But he wanted to be upside down, asking, "Where's all for one?" instead of actually making a move. That was Deku's fault. That was Deku's fault.
Hey!
If he did what I said he should have done, it'd have been over. He want to play games and you know what I'm saying.
He want to be already. Like, he's playing Batman.
Boo-hoo,
Batman. What do you think?
And he grabbed the wrong arm. Thank you for. And he grabbed the wrong arm. He didn't even grab the rifle arm. He grabbed
no. She can do it with both though, so it don't matter.
See, I don't think she could do it with both. I think it's only her right because we see in the flashback her right arm was bandaged up. Mm-hmm. But even if he still grabbed the wrong arm, it's like he didn't try to apply no pressure, do no attacks. He was upside down talking about some where's all for one. All right, bro. He talks during his fights, but upside down in midair, like he did too much. That is Deku's
she definitely can use both arms because she was like, "Oh, you think you won?" She pulled her arm back and then she used it for the other one.
No. That was the same arm. She just bended her whole body. You see, look, she was like, "Oh, you think you won?" And she grabbed it and she uses her right arm. She puts it in position. She pulls it out. She hits him, and then he gets away before she puts the bullet in.
Like I told you guys, Deku thinks that he's Batman.
Thanks.
He thinks that he's.
Where are they?
Where is he?
I swear to God, bro. He's upside down asking about all for one. Like, yeah, you haven't even done anything yet. And you
after he
don't
know where the others are.
I'd have broke her. I'd have broke her arm.
Risky ass move.
Exactly. Yo, that was his whole plan just now was because he was saying last time he's like, "Oh, I'm gonna get the information I need out of her," and I'm thinking he has a plan. He jumps up, grabs her. He's still upside. Look, it's the part. Him being upside down is really what's bothering me because you haven't even gotten in a stable position yet. Like, you're not even good right now. Like, you sitting here talking about, I'm gonna make you tell me about all for one.
That's just so damn funny. Cut. That nigga just goofy, bro. That nigga goofy as hell. I'm like, all right, bro. Come on now. Really? That cool?
Nigga. See, look,
the other thing with that, though, is like, bro, like, at least hit her with a Delaware. Like, at least while she's trying to get away, fire a Delaware smash or something.
Yeah.
Like, at this point,
he hasn't used Delaware smash in that long. I thought he forgot about that move. Like
Yeah,
in the anime,
between-
in the anime in the last episode, they added some extra ones because he didn't do a Delaware Smash in joint training. He was about to.
I'm glad he doing X. I'm glad he getting away from that shit because he ain't a carbon copy of All Might no more. What was the move
Nah,
called?
Delaware Smash was actually the first attack he created on his own.
That was the first.
No,
Yeah.
it exists though.
Like, yeah, it's kind of similar to Texas Smash, I guess, but still
Well,
kind
at
of
the same
different.
At the
So
same
the
time,
Delaware
of course.
Smash, okay. Part of the way Deku's move kit works is that he gets whatever you saw, like a version of whatever you see of Bakugo's a lot of times. So like Delaware Smash Air Force is kind of like his AP shot, an AP shot autocannon. Like that's kind of the whole point of that one. Just like how he eventually starts getting to practice like the using Air Force mid-air, using the same postures, stuff like that. So it makes sense. Like I just kind of wish. So it's kind of like as he's left his friends behind, all the moves he's using are more reliant on one for all. So like he's using, you know, like the black whip spike thing, like that kind of stuff. But it's like his attacks have been all one for all centric and more based around him like testing out his new tools. But like they mentioned, he treats those quirks with like a little too much reverence. So you can kind of argue that like he's kind of over relying on them again here, where he could have also like as he was flying up the building, shot her with Delaware Smashes before he even got there.
Yep.
Or he could have hit her with that St. Louis Smash Air Force, which fucked the city up.
But guess what? Guess what though? There's a difference between the two opponents, right? There's someone with experience on getting the job done, and someone with naivete. Do you see Nagant asking, "Why does off one want you?" I really wonder. Trying to have a conversation? No. She ready. She main that and say, "Hey, I'm gonna give you one chance." Nigga don't want to listen. All right, fuck that shit. I ain't gonna convince you no more. These bullets gonna convince your ass.
I mean, she didn't ask him why All For One wanted him, but she kind of put it together because she saw him doing a lot of work. She was like, "Oh, this makes sense."
Exactly. And guess what Deku could do? He could put it. He could start asking the questions when the time is right. She asked questions when time is right. He over here. Where are they? Well, nigga, if you don't restrain
And
her
still,
ask her questions,
like,
what the fuck don't you?
Like everything I said about Deku being able to dodge all her attacks is still true. He dodged bad at her shit like easily. She said he's adapting. Like she knows that she cannot beat him in a straight fight, so she's bringing Overhaul into it. Like,
I mean, but she already had her plan before Chisaki pop up in the last second.
Yeah, but
She had, listen,
Deku
was struggling to dodge that shit. Cause listen, she got that nigga and he lost all his fucking health back.
He fucked up his combo meter, so his hoodie fell off.
So the other thing though I want to point out is that realistically what this fight was is a shift between 30% Deku and 45% full Cowling Deku, and we just didn't like say it out loud. Because you can see she's like, wait, he's like faster than like it seems to be getting like faster, or like she's noticing that. So this is more than likely Deku like upping the percentage just a little, and like staying focused at 45%, which also including
also I don't know like if y'all noticed this, but like on page 6, it looks like Deku was using Fajin again because his legs still have the same like smoke energy like effect on his leg. Like so, I think he used Fajin again, and they didn't tell us.
Okay.
I mean, but he wouldn't need to announce every time he's using it. Like third Fajin again. Some of them just has like Fajin. He's like you could just see where he's amplifying it too, and I don't think he was trying to use it to like truly like get it done like that. So I don't think it was that necessary. I think it was a special move.
And Black Whip pinpoint focus almost had Nagant. She barely dodged that, like barely.
Yeah, because she didn't see it coming that he was predicting her moves. She's like, "Oh shit, this nigga getting a little bit too good
like,
now."
That's what I'm saying.
And
like
then you see, you got
Deku had her on the ropes until she brought Overhaul.
Okay, I don't know about all that. It got tired. I told y'all now.
He put the pressure on her, and she was like, "No, I need to make," because like she was like, "Oh shit, he's gonna get closer to me. I need him to shift directions." Because she can, like, if she fires around to like move, or tries to fire around to like, she doesn't know if she can like fire around to like hit him, because they're like, if she just tries to aim from point blank, he might be able to dodge that too at this point. So what do you do? And
Also,
she might,
Hostages.
and she might actually be
that,
out of shots and like need to reload.
also that arm that she was pulling out something special with that one. Because you'd be goofy to think that people don't have. We all know a special move is a part of everything you do.
Oh yeah.
So she was that new arm, that was something different because she wasn't playing. You could see her actually like really spazzing up because that one was bigger than usual. Like she was like, oh, no, I'm really done playing with this nigga at this point. Cause he adapting too quick. I might have to really have to go for the KO at this point.
Yeah.
What I tell y'all niggas, I said niggas talk about power scaling and what can't happen, this can't happen, and oh Deku got her, this ass. I said, listen, let me tell you something. Next week, Quirk is gonna show y'all the difference between why he right and why y'all right. Cause that nigga, she blew that nigga off in 2 pages, and then the fight kept on and adapted. It turns out I ain't hear none of y'all call it. This is why Horror Coach writing story, not you niggas. This why somebody got 30 million copies in circulation around the world. And y'all niggas don't. This why somebody has been praised by all his fucking the former top tiers or the top prodigies of his career field and is looked up at as a god between the niggas below him. Like, hello? You know what I'm saying? Y'all niggas swear y'all know everything. When you start writing the series 2 chapters ahead, let me know. You got it like that, let me know. You know what I'm saying?
So y'all
hold on, real quick. Because this is the last time Horikoshi has warned y'all, and I just want y'all to see. Do you see the dead bodies on the screen?
Yeah.
Like niggas are literally getting like if you was reading, you talking to me in season 1 and told me, all right, you know, in the future, you gonna see niggas getting headshot by a fucking assassin that's working for their government, keeping the peace. I'm like, all right, bro. I don't know. This show right here, season 1, I don't know about all that. Season 2, maybe. But now, like, I'm trying to warn y'all. I don't know how many heroes getting out the paint, but when that monster wakes up, if you don't have a plot line in the future, I'm sorry, you're gonna have to take the dope. I want to hear y'all niggas talk about some. Oh, this too dark. It just suddenly got edgy, and it's not what it used to be. That's the point. All right. As the kids mature, the series mature.
Well, so hold on, East. I gotta stop you. People are like, it's getting too dark. It's not what the series used to be. Incorrect. This is what the series always was. You just didn't know the truth.
Yep.
You were blinded.
The whole point
by the cute
is that
high school
society has brought into the hero image and the hero. So like, okay, so this is gonna sound like what that means though is that like to a certain degree that people who are like the people who outside of the series say that like hero society is still standing strong, those are effectively like the hero loyalists. That's the role they would end up playing in the society. Even through all of this adversity that you see, they would still be hero fans. That's what is really happening here.
Roger.
Yeah, he would if he lived in the society and this happened, he would still be a fan of the heroes.
Yeah, because he's that type of guy. I understand that. Me too.
So like it would be like, but and so like because they're still standing, but he's like, my heroes are still standing, they've won. And so it's like an interesting perspective, but it's like that's like the role that like the mindset of certain citizens are the ones who are still pro-hero would have. So you kind of have just like that's kind of like, so they feel like the world was never this, but in reality, the world was always this, and we just hid it from you because Deku wasn't in a position to have that conversation yet. Not because he wasn't smart enough or we weren't mature enough as an audience, but because he hadn't met the right people. So as Deku's connections and advancements grow and his access to more important information grows, so too do our information increases and we get access. But that's the other reason why we get arcs that take other characters' perspectives. That's why we get pro-hero arc being around Endeavor and we get Villain Academia because we want an expansion on the ideologies of the villains and a system in a way that the encounters with the Deku are still genuine. Deku had an extremely surface level encounter with the Meta Liberation Army, but we do have a strong understanding of their fundamentals and their ideologies because of other characters having discussions and by following other people's perspectives. By following Endeavor and Dobby through the beginning of the war arc, we actually get to find out a bunch of extra information, run into Ujiko, all these other things. Whereas if we had just done Deku's perspective, it would have been show up at this town, decay wave pops off, eventually fight Shigaraki, leave.
Yep.
So this is all of that coming to light. It's always been in the story. You're just finally getting to really see what this is. I mean, at the end of the day, it kind of comes down to, I've talked about this before, I think, the everybody should have watched Happy Tree Friends philosophy.
Yes.
Yeah.
Because the very first episode is a bunch of people like going to an amusement park and getting ripped to pieces by different pieces of roller coasters, falling off of them and like landing on top of cars and all kinds of other stuff. And they just like get ripped apart in big gory messes. But the idea is just like, well, if you see a roller coaster break in the middle of its run, it's probably going to cause some serious damage. And there's plenty of shows that like that stuff happens in the background. And some people only really take it seriously when they see it. But when you get it into such a ridiculous way, you realize that regardless, it's kind of like inconsequential. It's like the art, the death is still there. What matters is what the death is doing within the story. And the narrative is always pushed that these deaths
This way.
we're creating a strain in the background.
Allergies creeping.
Yeah, bro. Created a strain in the background. And so we get to this point. And so we're finally seeing the results of other people being upset enough that even children have to take notice of it. Thank you. Where like Deku starts the series as a 14-year-old boy, and a 14-year-old boy doesn't have to care about the political views of a 40-year-old man and whether or not that dude likes heroes or doesn't like heroes.
I'm a 40-year-old man.
You don't need to care about.
That's the thing about it.
Like nothing about this was actually connected to Deku's life until he got that hero license. Really?
Wait, Yuji is still the most popular JJK character?
Wait, really?
Yeah. Right. See, like this is what I love to see my MCs shine. Look, when Deku finally overtakes Bakugo and he's the most popular, one day. Maybe this arc is what Japan needed. Maybe they needed to see Deku like this to put him over Bakugo. Maybe the next popularity poll will be something different.
Maybe.
I don't know, because if what it comes down to is this: if Bakugo is allowed to be entered into the story, then like for this section, more than likely it's going to have something to do with him going out of his way to bring Deku back or trying to save Deku in some way. And that particular moment as a character arc to complement what happened with Bakugo Rising would probably just like solidify him the stop out again. So it kind of comes down to if Bakugo comes back into the story this year or not. To me, I think whether or not Deku will finally be able to get the first slot.
Bro, Deku has been this. Deku was only the most popular one time, I think, right? Wasn't that the first popular poll? He was number one.
Literally one time.
And he almost lost to Shoto one time. He almost lost to Shoto, but
yeah, him and Shoto ended up 2 votes apart.
He's been clinging on to that number 2, but I don't know. Maybe I don't know, because now we got the anime and Black Whip, and sometimes the anime like affects the popularity poll because Shindo and
don't talk to me about this. Don't remember about this because I have bad memories about this.
Hey,
the facts are the facts.
Man, we're gonna see.
Bakugo also had an amazing episode this season, so I don't know. Maybe the villains will come back into the poll because I remember like only Shigaraki was the only villain.
No, Shigaraki and Toga made it.
Nah, Toga didn't.
Oh no, yeah. Last poll is just Shigi.
Yeah.
So maybe NBA will put some. Maybe if Twice finally hits a popularity poll, I'll cry. I'll be like,
Twice isn't gonna hit the popularity poll in Japan because Twice, like the whole like part of the main thing of Twice's character is that he's ultimately like a commentary on felons, and more than likely a bunch of them are gonna be like, well, he shouldn't have been a criminal.
Yeah.
The thing,
I'm
no,
only
it-
saying that because the anime helps. So I'm like, okay, these characters are gonna get focused on in the anime, so maybe Japan will stop, being
Yeah.
soft.
Well, technically, we need them to soften up. Like, get some sympathy for these niggas, man. Look at them. Acknowledge their personhood.
no, but it is because they live in a society where work
Live in a society.
is put as forefront. Even the life of the mangaka
Yeah.
is like this because they give importance to that to work. So yeah, if you can work because it is of some stupidity, that's your own fault. So fix it. Try to fix yourself. They are harsh, but yeah, it's the reality of stuff.
Japan doesn't like villains because MHA's villains are Japan.
Yes, our critique on Japan. You just imagine you read the story, you see yourself in one of the villains.
Like
What do you think?
Dabi, you know how many Dabis there probably are in Japan, like real talk.
Well,
Yeah.
so hold on. The thing about it is that the thing that aliens beats people more is that it's not that a lot of people are Dobby. A lot of people realize that their
They
parent
wanted to be Dabi.
or they no like that they had an impact on somebody like and like were the cause of like aggravating somebody. So like if you're a parent reading that and then you're like, oh my like super angry son, and then like you're thinking about it, then you're kind of like, oh, this makes me look like the bad guy now. If you are like seeing people say like comments about other people, especially when you look at hafus and like just like the race-based discrimination, like the xenophobia within Japan and how they like treat foreigners oftentimes, and even like people
Isn't
who
it a
like live
saying in
there.
Japan that the nail that sticks out gets hammered down or something like that?
Yeah, like you must be a perfect cog in society. Like from a cultural perspective, you are to be a cog. And so looking at any character that is directly impacted negatively by somebody focusing more on that cog than the individual, then they're gonna act. Then like it's kind of a turnoff because it's like saying like no, like we as a society are wrong. So when you like look at Twice and you see him being painted in a sympathetic light and it being a tragedy based on like him getting fired and like not getting to have a job and having to like make money somehow, and you see it's directly because this dude decided to fire a 16-year-old, a lot of people are like, well, I would have fired him. And then they're like, oh, so I'm the dick. Like, I'm the dick because I would have fired Twice because he hit that guy. Oh, okay. And there's a lot of people who, in those situations, and like when you have that environment of like work first, a lot of people would have been like, oh, Twice is potentially bad for our business image. We got to fire him. So a lot of people would have co-signed his idea only to see that like be portrayed as a bad thing ultimately in the long term.
It is the sad reality of My Hero Academia. That's the thing about it. That's the sad reality of My Hero Academia. About that, it talks about our society. That's why I really want to see some like an American interpretation of My Hero Academia or a European one. Even an African one will be one of the best thing because it's gonna be hilarious. Because you're like in Africa, some places are really like religious, so that aspect of religious aspect with quirks is going to be a really fun mix to see. I think so. But yeah, it's sometimes when you see that Horikoshi is trying to give us as a writer, you just thinking to yourself, damn, somebody has lived that, and it felt like you can feel that the Dabby situation. I can feel that, you know what I mean, because I had similar situations at home. So the whole aspect of your family, having people putting on yourself sometimes, but sometimes put people that image of you. You have to become this, like Dabby going to school, Toya going to school. Everybody thinks, yeah, you're the kid of Endeavor. You're gonna be a hero, right?
Actually, it's a good example.
Mhm.
If you look at Toga, let's
Mhm.
just say, let's say she's from a family that just, instead of it being that like her quirk is that like the real life comparison could just simply be a girl who's either like dating someone that her parents don't approve of or something like that and is forced to run away. But in this case, it would be like more like she was in an abusive environment where she was like constantly emotionally repressed and she was seen as the weird girl at school and thus she was forced to run away. And so from that perspective, it's like finding out a girl in your class went missing. Like if you just like, if you don't include the murder stuff real quick and you just like have her be somebody who like maybe had a breakdown in public, like a mental illness episode, like straight up had a breakdown and then like ran away and wasn't seen again. It's kind of like, you know, directly, you might have been one of those people who treated the weird, like, oh, that weird girl, she's gross, she's creepy. And now you know that if you contributed to her mental breakdown, then you are kind of partially on the hook for that. And that's kind of how the story paints those behaviors. And so that's not something that people are always comfortable with because a lot of people are like kind of like bullies in passing. You know what I mean? Like we all, like some of us like roast people on Twitter. Like I'm not gonna pretend like I've retweeted somebody before and been like, I'm pretty sure if I say something about this, he's getting ratio. Boop. And then come back like 30 minutes later and be like, hey, look at that. It's gone up by like 20 quote tweets.
Yeah, I know how that go all too well.
Yeah, you should.
You should,
Yeah.
man.
Yeah, honestly, I was outside, so somebody's talking to me.
Woke up to like 1,000 likes, 10,000 quote retweets. That's an exaggeration, but that's how it felt.
Yeah, honestly, I was outside earlier. I didn't get the reply to what you was talking about. But that's one of the things I've been talking about when you talk about it's always been dark. It's just what you choose, so what you choose to see. It's all the time when I say information will be revealed when it's completely relevant. That is the name of the game. Whenever in MHA the information actually needs to be real or should be revealed, that's when it's revealed. What other time we had to talk about quirks and other than what time with the kids when the new generation was the focus of the arc? And we had to wonder why the fuck are their quirks so goddamn strong? And then they bring up, well, quirk singularity, and as time goes on, blah blah blah, and then Ujiko brings it even more to the forefront because he knows what the fuck he's talking about, and this rolls back that was Ujiko's theory in the first goddamn place.
Yep.
And having those topics brought up by characters because there's like, especially like in the case of Mike, it's like, oh man, I'm watching this in real time. This is kind of crazy. And like when you watch the sports festival, part of the reason the sports festival becomes this massive spectacle isn't just the fact that it's a giant action bonanza, but also like, dude, if you like sat down and watched the VODs of sports festival year 1 through current sports festival, the sports festival would come from maybe a dude that like can pick up a small rock or shoot pebbles and all kinds of stuff, or like just has like a single spiky hand and like that's how like their fighting is. It's mostly just like regular hands, all the way to what we saw like Shoto versus Deku.
Man, that was crazy.
You're seeing like the rawest, like crazy potential quirks just like firing off.
Just imagine you're 60 years old. 60 years old in actual My Hero Academia. You see the difference of quirk changing. How quirks become year after year stronger.
Oh, part of what you're watching is how you might end up dying.
Yeah. Yep.
That's so funny. Oh, time to talk about this too. There is without a doubt, we know for a fact, My Hero will have, this is what we clarify. A bittersweet ending is not a tragic, depressing ending. There's a literal difference. And no matter what you say, My Hero will have a bittersweet ending because we know who wins in the end. And can't nobody in this call tell me they don't favor or sympathize or don't see any light or great writing within the League of Villains, who we all know eventually meet a demise, whether it be jail, death, escaping. We know who rises up on the top, which would be the heroes. You can have a conclusion to a story, a character arc, completely, and it still be fulfilled and satisfied, but we know who will come out on the top in the end. Twice had a complete character arc, although that clone of his actually stole his thunder at the end. He still in turn saved the people he cared about and found he had a place to belong to, a happy place to come to call his own, a family. And we know what other characters, the motherfuckers, the other League of Villains did. Shigaraki dying, Dabi dying, and you know you're gonna care about these characters too. Some of these other characters up in the air, you know. But in the end, we'll know. And by the end too, by the time we get to EOS, the heroes ain't coming out unscathed on their side either. So you can claim, oh, I don't see him killing off this child or this, that. Well, listen, bro, like by the end of this, they're not gonna fight back an uphill battle, and they're not gonna have any sacrifices on their or blood on their hands. Like they're not getting away scot-free. It's gonna cause some weight and sacrifices to take back what they lost. Mm-hmm. Like that's not just go, oh, happy go lucky. We all join hands, so now everybody comes together, nobody has any sacrifices, and all the villains just lose. No, it's gonna come a weight on both sides, sacrifices on both sides, loss on both sides, in order to end this on the hero side. So yes, there'll be sweet, happy endings for the kids or whoever may be in the end. But at the same time, some of us do care about the villains too, and having them meet the end of their story is a little bitter, even if it is a complete conclusion to their story arc. Like I know Shiggy not going out like a certain other nigga they wanted to compare him to all the damn time. I know he ain't going out like no fucking bunny rabbit. You know what I'm saying? But I still be sad to see my nigga go, even if he do go out like a thug.
Why you said bunny rabbit?
You know why? The wolf and the bunny rabbit.
That was a special type of way to go out. Like
that was a special fraud. Like, all that shit talk, all this course.
Bro, because you know what I'm saying? Like
and Shiggy can compare it to that nigga left and right. Oh, yeah, how you supposed to be. This, that, and the other.
We get into like the back end of the stream, so I'm pretty sure like talk about this, but like Yuji wasn't gonna kill Mahito. He had to get absorbed. So that was Genge's way of embarrassing Mahito without Yuji killing him because
don't say too much. Don't say too much. We got anime only here still.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I know how I feel about them. I don't.
No, Dabi ain't going to no mental hospital. that nigga gone. He got to go. He gone. That nigga not giving up. He ain't being helped.
Listen. I'll accept Shiggy not dying before I accept Dabi not dying.
I'm trying to confuse what constitutes the difference. Somebody's breaking me down what constitutes the difference between the two, because one of them niggas is actually evil, pure evil, and one of them's got a real vendetta and just cold heart against the heroes altogether.
Nah, Dabi's evil.
What? Dabi's evil?
Yeah, they're both. Look, the thing about Dabi is that he can't live.
Yeah.
Because if we see him in like a serious brawl fight at any point, he's already more burnt than he was the last time we saw him. Like compare Dabi the first time we saw him to right now, he is slowly dying as the series goes on. Like his hand has new scars on it, his face is more covered than before. Like Dabi is just slowly withering away as the series goes on. So like him not dying would almost feel like a cop out. Like you keep telling me his quirk hurts him. We see the progression of his scars getting worse and worse. And you just gonna put him in like a mental hospital? Like what is that gonna do for him? Like
ooh, we get 100 likes. You don't let them say anything.
And for y'all talking, you got something saying?
I just saw the 100 likes. I didn't say anything, so I was happy.
I was about to say.
Thank you.
Thank y'all. Anaki, you about to say something before I go?
No, you can go.
And the thing on that point of redemption and stuff like that too. Shigaraki is a little embodiment of destruction. Do y'all not comprehend that? Once again, Deku and them only seen bits and pieces. They talk about all for one just want his meat suit and he molded him in hatred this, that way, and the other. Bro, they talking on their ass. Because like I said, Deku only seen 2 parts of Shigaraki's life. Really. He's seen all for one helping Shigaraki in the most controlling and all for one ass way. Because Shigaraki would have died without that nigga help. But Shigaraki didn't want to listen. In terms of, because that's the thing when y'all niggas talk about the villains losing or, well, they should have did this, they should have did that. Strategically in war, if you need to put what's best for the entire like overall plan instead of your emotions. Yes, I lost my favorite character twice, but in turn, like they like, oh, he need to learn back and he need to just clap back and do this, that, and other. No, All For One told that nigga take heed, take stock, and then come back later. What All For One did and retreating and then unleashing all that hell on Earth, just so Sugar could get more time to really get complete. That was the best move for them strategically as going as a war plan it could be. Just like the hero should have took no fucking chances and fucking went straight for Makia too and took his ass out or sedated him or something while he was asleep instead of thinking, oh, just because if Shigaraki gone and they already did hospital raid, don't worry, he's not gonna wake up. You should have covered all your bases. So off one, they played it safe. Yes, they had to leave behind Toga, but that's our personal thing. Like in war, like he made definitely the smart decision because we see how down bad Hero Society is right now. So they made the smart decision. Okay. Like Deco and them don't really know. So Deco and them just made this scene a glimpse and they got a bias against All For One. So they just make it a judgment based off what they seen, but they don't know everything. And that's another thing I got with Deku. How the fuck do you plan on touching the child's heart? Like I'm really confused about that. I've been confused about that for the longest time. Like I need the literal like going in depth 2 + 2 = 4, you know, like the specifics, logistics of how you plan on actually talking to the boy Tenko. Like I'm trying to really figure out how that's really finna go down.
Man. So one of the things that I thought about was that, okay, so this is, y'all ready for a crack theory? I feel like it's late enough in the stream, but I'm allowed to do a crack theory. Y'all ready for this?
Shoot.
All For One and Deku versus Shigaraki.
What? Elaborate.
Yeah, elaborate.
So I feel like we talked about this before. Like All For One was like, I'm not taking Gina's quirk because it's not a good match for Shigaraki. I'm not going to do this because it's not good for Shigaraki. He needs to be a leader because he's going to do this. Like all these things that he's talked about, like that Shigaraki needs as skills, directly contradict the idea of VFO or Vestige from One basically trying to take over all the time. So I feel like Vestige from One is completely rogue. And I think it would be kind of hilarious if like All For One is basically like, if you want to save Shigaraki, you got to go with me.
Yeah, nigga Coyote said dad for one and his son versus Shiggy.
That's my crack theory. Like that's my crack theory. We get All For One and Deku versus Shigaraki to save Shigaraki.
I'm good.
Yeah.
I'm good.
Yeah, I don't.
And that's how you get All For One killed.
I'm good.
No, I just want Shigaraki to kill him.
I'm good because Shigaraki already said what he was about in the war. He said, "You don't get to be no phantom menace inside my head. I'm gonna be greater than you." He already said again, "I ain't gonna be a stinking damn pawn." And plus, I'm just trying to see All For One versus Shigaraki. Fuck the best. I'm trying to see the physical people actually go at it because All For One ain't like All Might. He ain't no damn stick. Apparently, he can still fold niggas.
My thing is like I just kind of want Shigaraki versus All For One to be a good fight, but I'm trying to figure out how we get there.
Father and son versus Shiggy. Look, you done got niggas started.
Oh my god, man!
It could end up dealing with the fallout of Twice dying.
Because
he gonna blame the best just before anything.
Because like my thing is like Shigaraki and VFO are like it's such contention, and like we talked about like that All For One and Vestige for One thing. So I'm like, how like I was like, man, just like the conflict could end up being All For One versus Vestige for One. That's really what I just like see ended up happening ultimately. Is like those two coming to butting heads because I don't necessarily like. At the end of the day, the Vestige isn't All For One himself. So unless we somehow completely have like a random technology that we just haven't talked about at all yet, there's no way for real, like the real life Papa Rocky to get in Shig's body.
It's not happening. You know what? I'll even throw y'all bone. Let's just say hardcore, she retconned everything. And then all of a sudden, All For One won that nigga body. It's not happening. Shigaraki not letting it happen.
Yep.
He is not letting it happen. He already told that nigga what's good, bro. Hey man, listen, Cheese Peabody, because I be talking Cheese Peabody all the time. I love Cheese Peabody. I talk all the time on Twitter. Said super chat. He said need Shiggy killing off one while off one encourages him.
Kill me.
Bro,
Do
I
it.
keep tell y'all, even the best just want that shit. The best shit was in the world. He was like, "Come on, tomorrow, let's get these niggas together." And he was like, "Oh, I nearly forgot. You hated me too." He was like, "All the more perfect. Kill us all." I was like, "See,
Yeah.
this nigga want him to just fucking murk everybody." Because even that nigga die, he still win. Like off one is the one nigga that no matter what, he won't lose. Even if you kill that nigga, he won't lose. Shigaraki will fucking take all these people out and rule. It won't be forever, like he damn near forever, like off one did, but that don't matter. He still wins. He took over, he crushed. If he get in touch with his little brother, that's all he needs. 2 seconds. This nigga has won. Hey, Splee Blitz. By the way, that was a part of Japanese kanji thing. That was a different way of. That's one of the things, like Aniki, like how when it comes to translating, it's always 1-to-1 because there's a lot of different things in other languages.
I know.
Japanese.
Y'all already know how Caleb is. So
Yeah, chill out. So the address Splee Blitz. Actually, Gabby's or Deku's notebook talked about how the kanji was in past tense already, or like a time that already passed, because it was the same phrasing, like how Deku said, how I became known here. It was like a past tense type thing rather than right then there in the present. But because it's Japanese to English, there's like a bunch of different shit that goes on when translating. And the Japanese is just a harder language, bro. That's just as it. There's a lot more nuances and shit that we just don't get because we English.
Speaking of translations, like we finally got confirmation that Volume 31 is coming on August 4th, 2021.
Really?
That's the cover I'm most confused about because what do you?
Yeah, volume 31 coming on August 4th, like confirmed.
Yeah, that's the cover I'm most confusing because like, what do you put on that cover? Because there was a lot of shit in that thing. That's like 296 to fucking 306. Like,
I need him to double down on Deku and just have a Deku cover. I
I
wouldn't mind.
Deku already getting 306 to whatever else.
I wouldn't mind another Todoroki family cover, but at the same time, it's like we just
Give it to Deku. Give it to Deku.
Yeah.
Give it to Deku.
Right, that's what I'm thinking. I'm like,
you could have a Vestige cover.
Yeah, Deku getting 32 though, because this is literally Deku's arc. So 306 to whatever.
Nah, Horikoshi might go full blown horny, and then 32 is just a Nagant cover.
Actually, you know what? Got a point.
Y'all know how he get. Y'all know how he get.
Yeah, you're right. He gonna be like, oh, it's gonna be like a sniper shit. He's gonna like a
remember volume 27 when he had mad random pages of Miracle and Miracle was calling him gross. Like Nagant gonna be on the same shit. She's gonna be like, what's wrong with you?
Like, I'm gonna teach you a thing or two about Hero Society. Like, oh, I'm in class today.
Oh man. Now this chapter was the chapter that was made for me, literally. Everything that it was said in this chapter, people in here, I keep saying that we need this for Deku, we need this to Deku, and Deku just got it from Miss Nagant. If you had told me that the character Nagant in the beginning of the story was the one bringing this to our main character Deku, I might not have believed you. Listen, right now.
Whoa, King Rico is back. He said AFO was an Orochimaru clone. That's crazy.
Who said what?
Oh,
What?
King Rico. That nigga been going for like months, bro.
I guess he had nothing better to do today. So
he came back with the and with cap, bro. Just go way back. Just go back.
Yo, all for one. That's crazy. Yo, all for one wasn't even in this chapter. All for one wasn't even in this chapter. He was just name dropped, and then. Wow.
Yeah, that nigga platinum crazy.
Man.
All for One is very different than Orochimaru. That's a weird take.
Yeah,
this is a really weird take.
that's like.
It's like saying Orochimaru is like Frieza. He's like
I see. He took 311 at face value. It was like, oh yeah, he wants to take his body, like 100%. Like, all right.
Yeah, man.
Like,
when has All for One ever said that he wanted to take Shigaraki's body?
He never said
Never.
it. Niggas just, I swear to God. He has
But-
never said it. You niggas just posted.
Coyote is
Even
genius.
the vested, like he said, lend me your body, like so I can help you. Like when did he say like I'm gonna fully take it over and like never give it back? There was one time, I think it was 296, where he was like, it's my turn and my turn will never end. That's the only thing he ever said that gave me body snatch vibes.
And I was the.
Cause I don't know why he said that. He said it's my turn now and my turn will never end. And then in the very next chapter, he's like, "Oh, you're not a pawn. Like I need you. Like this, that, and the third." But that was the vestige.
That was the
Either
vestige,
way.
man.
Yeah,
That's
Because
the only that's the only time I'll ever say anything about body snatching. That one time when he said my turn will never end.
Hey,
That's it.
Listen, for those body snatch people, y'all got one time. I got 10 others that negated. So
he
comparing
gets
scores. I mean, somebody
gets
up and you niggas probably down. So I don't know. And then plus, I got about 2-3 panels of Shiggy saying I ain't finna be your hoe. You can get the fuck on. So
Like,
Who's calling me?
Nigga says so when the chapter comes out when AFO attempts to get his body run me my cred. You gotta earn it. And that ain't happened yet.
earn it. And I mean all the way. I don't want to see you knee jerking either.
like
He tried to save himself with the attempt when AFO attempts to get his body. He tried to save himself, but he's not even finna do that, I don't think.
Like,
Oh wait,
hey,
let's talk about so when those chapters come out and when when that whole Shiggy AFO thing gets resolved, like that means you have to come back on stream and say I was wrong. You gotta come like Rex to come with a clown suit. Is that the deal?
like, my thing is like the whole body snatching thing. It's like
It's not even possible. It's not even possible in MHA. Like we've never seen that.
yeah, that's like the thing is that like we have no metric to explain how it would actually happen outside of it just being like a memory, a vestige in a quirk that's just sitting there, and that's not the same as actually being in someone else's body.
Exactly. And you can and literally I need y'all to understand the only reason Vestiges was taken over, Shigaraki had to fight like 20 people with no quirk and keep regenerating his body and get fucking burnt to a crisp like nigga. And he had to fight the niggas out his head. That nigga
The
fight like
vestige, the vestige was just annoyed. The vestige was just annoyed. He was like, "Damn, you still getting beat up?" Like, he was getting mad at Shigaraki. If anything, he really wasn't.
Hey Enrico, I'm telling you right now, I want you. It don't need jerk when it may look like that. Cause remember who playing Cindy chess. When he was getting decayed, even in the vested world, he was still pleased. So he may be egging Shigaraki on. So until that nigga is fully off the paintboard, don't be trying to run up in here. I told y'all niggas about knee jerking.
See, my thing is that like, if I'm honest, too many people like coming here like, oh, you better admit if you was wrong. But there's a lot of y'all out here that have come on here or like popped up on social media, said a whole bunch of stuff, and never, ever addressed any of it when you were wrong. So if you pop up saying that, make sure you kept the same energy about any series prediction you've made, anything that you put out there. Don't be somebody who like puts out your predictions, then deletes your tweets so that your like 58 failed theories aren't like documented to incriminate you anymore or something like that.
No comment.
Just saying.
No comment.
No need to be slick.
Yeah, I can't wait until I can't wait until MHA ends and then Horikoshi has like hella interviews and shit where he tells us like little things that changed in the story. Imagine if he's like, oh yeah, I was gonna have Shigaraki kill AFO during the prison break right there, but I was like, nah, let me wait. Like I want to know like what some of the original plans were.
They got re-switched around.
Yeah.
Yeah, like, I want to know what beats changed like that we didn't realize unless like he says it.
I'd rather him do that in the book, like kind of how Rocky went about writing his book about how he does manga. I just want like a full on just book, because them niggas won't be asking the right questions in the interview. I assure you.
So one of the The other things, Dixer,
what if Vestas for one was never a thing until like right before the war he changed his mind, like stuff like that. I don't know.
That one doesn't line up actually because that was in Vigilantes. So I knew that was in Vigilantes a couple of weeks before.
Yeah, no, like that. Yeah, that was an idea that popped up in Vigilantes already. So it was something that he had already like placed in the story, and it's kind of a reference to Force Ghost. So
yeah, and plus, actually, the Vestiges existed since the beginning. Actually, it's like sports festivals there. So
I'm mainly talking about him like taking over. Like we've never seen a Vestige take over like the body until All For One.
Okay, Kaiser, real quick. ALT Requiem is absolute dog shit. There, I said it. It was
What?
It was dog shit. It is basically one of the most important moments in the entire series is the Aaron Kruger reveal. The problem is that people don't understand that is the moment we find out the true purpose of the Attack Titan. The purpose of the Attack Titan was always to save Mikasa and Armin. Those two people specifically. That is the goal of the Attack Titan. That is why it exists. That is why it moves forward, to save and protect those two people.
Facts.
So, with the route that AOT Requiem takes, Aaron becomes I'm gonna go back in time and brainwash myself, but then erase the memory so that I have it's like, dog, no, like you did a good enough job just with the PTSD. It wasn't a heavy-handed form of manipulation, which is what was really important, to not be so heavy-handed that it created issues within the past where people might become aware. Basically, people want Aaron to just they want Aaron to be this really boring, edgy person to the degree where he's just completely pissed off and depressed, and they don't realize that Aaron gave a speech, looked at Reiner and said, you were a child who was pulled into this, and then he's you didn't have a choice. And then when you think about that, he's still talking about his own place, in the story and in the narrative, and that he too doesn't have a choice. He's going to have to do these terrible things. But the difference between him and Reiner is that Reiner has to make that choice as a child, and he is forced to make this choice as an adult, fully aware of the morality and the issues within it, making it far more painful. ALT Requiem removes all of this. And so it is garbage, because it basically is not faithful to the character. It's faithful to the facade the character placed to get things done. It's faithful to what the character felt they had to be, not to who the character actually was.
Thank you.
It's faithful to a coping mechanism because it is a coping mechanism. Straight copium. That's it. And it's pathetic. Sorry. That shit was just terrible. I was shook by how kind of mediocre it really was. It was drawn nice. I'll give you that.
That pathetic came from deep inside your heart.
Dixer, they did a fanfic rewrite of the ending of AOT, and it was dog shit. Sorry.
What do you think the anime will do? The anime will take the first one or the last one?
Oh, no. It'll take the completed ending that Isayama released, and it'll be fine. Especially because I don't think people understand. Like I said, the Attack Titan did its job. Think about where Mikasa ended up in the end. Think about where Armin ended up in the end. The Attack Titan finished his job. The rest of that is way beyond the scope of what Aaron and anything it was beyond the scope of what anything had anything to do with the characters that were actually in the story. It was far removed from them, outside of a small great-great-grand or whatever, just descendants. That's the disconnect that people have in that too. So see, the good part about this though is that it's not that's never mind. I'm not even gonna say nothing. Whew. All right. Final thought. Let's do final thoughts on chapter because I want to do my review and then I gotta do some other stuff later too. Tarnish, you may go first. Give your final thoughts.
All right, my final thoughts on the chapter. All right, I really like how this chapter opened up with Deku being an idiot, reminding us that he's still inexperienced in combat. Because, like, I've been Team Deku lately, but Bakugo, he would have put some hands on her before he started talking to her. And the whole backstory was fire. I've been waiting to see the commission in this kind of light because we've always heard about it. It's always been implied, but it hasn't been shown. And Horikoshi, he just opened up the gates and he's showing us everything that we need to see about this world and why it is the way it is and why Deku will change it inevitably. And, you know, the guy is pretty beautiful. And overall, if he got shot, I really wouldn't care. But I know Deku's not like that. So I'm really excited to see how next chapter is gonna go. Like, because if he gets hit the wrong way by that bullet, like if he really tries to jump in front of it, he might lose. Or I don't know. I'm excited to see where it's gonna go. But if overhaul died, I wouldn't care. But that's it. Deku to go, Hori to go, all that.
Bonsu.
Guys, you know what it is? What we had was amazing. Great chapter. It was a 10 on 10 for me. Literally. I had so much fun coming back here with you, reading this. And yeah, this chapter brings a lot of stuff for the future of Deku, about the society, how his vision about being the number one. It is something that he needs to work on, and that's what we get in that chapter because the backstory of Nagant bring the dark side of the good side, I will say, of black. What the hell? Sorry, I'm tired. So the thing about it is like right now, I don't know. I can't wait to see how Orikoshi is gonna write Deku as a character because he's still a kid, a 16 years old kid, and he has to think about all this stuff. It's not easy, and only positivity won't help. Like being just Captain America won't help these type of situations. Maybe, but yeah. So yeah, I can't wait for the next chapter. We have the next chapter for, next week.
Yeah, we got one next week.
Yeah, we get it. Okay, this week. So yeah, I can't wait to see you next week. And yeah, my channel is already up. If you want to check it out, you're welcome. You can already subscribe to it. See you guys. Love you.
All right. Watkins.
I can't remember if I said it in the church or if it was in my review back during like the whole Todoroki family drama shit. But Horikoshi does such a good job with writing the gray area in life. And this chapter, again, just kind of shows how well he does with that, showing that the bright, fun society that we were first introduced to, there's a ton of like dark crap going on behind the scenes that you don't get to see because we're just living in the shiny, bright, colorful, nerfy world that is so wonderful and awesome to live in. I really like this chapter. This is Horikoshi at his best. I don't think we touched on any of like the art or the paneling from this chapter because
Perfect.
It was awesome just having those bullets being used as like breaking up the panels and all that, masterfully done. If Horikoshi writes a book when he's done, I want it to be about like paneling and drawing manga. Two books, I guess, one for storytelling and one for art.
Facts.
But like, I don't know, just another masterclass of writing and storytelling done by Horikoshi this week. Excited for next week. Love to see it. And yeah.
Horikoshi, your brain. Jesus. Archbishop East.
Wait, do I need to get the organ music out for this?
Ooh, yeah. Man, oh man, oh man, oh man. Once again, I don't lose. I never will lose. Do you know why? Because I let my nigga write his fucking series. And I'm never disappointed. Above and beyond, once again, to expand on the fucking shitty ass, bootleg, fraud ass government. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Nagant because you know why? She got out the paint because she knew they was full of shit. You know what I'm saying? She knew they was full of snakes. Just like that bitch ass bird that's in there is full of snakes and frauds in that commission. I'm so good. Shout out to my boy Redestro for taking down that shitty ass commission. You know what I'm saying? She knew what the truth was. Her eyes are open. And I seen niggas on Twitter trying to get on the guy. Oh, you gonna sound off one, he want to do like that. Shut the fuck up. All right. Listen. She know what she want. Hey, listen. You say what you want about off one, he want this chaos, this evil be over. Hey, like she said, nigga, it'd be a hell of a lot more transparent about the fucking truth that's going on than the bullshit they feeding us with the fucking commission and all that other shit. Boy, that paneling, like I told y'all niggas, she as a sniper, she had some type of hand-to-hand combat. Niggas like, well, you don't know if she ever been in that situation. Like, bro, she's literally been on the field for like years. You think she ain't never not once been in that predicament or been trained for that different? And people's like, well, it's different. You don't know how she gonna react. Like, nigga, what did she do in 2 pages? Bounce a nigga Deku right the fuck back off. No matter he was talking too much, this, that, and other. She bounces ass right back off. She is a trained, competent combatant. Stop thinking just because he's an MC, you got to win everything. We've seen this nigga lose plenty of times or just scrape by. Please. But anyway, man, listen. You already know what I'm going to say. Hardcore's a motherfucking GOAT, nigga. Oh, my God. The art, the paneling, the fucking exposition, the dialogue, everything written by Kohei. So that all that makes that bitch peak fiction out of 10, nigga. Let Horror Coach do his thing and you never be motherfucking disappointed. Because it's undefeated of the East, baby. Woo-wee!
All right. Now, because y'all have so faithfully stayed here, I will give you one bonus piece of analysis that I picked up while we were looking at the paneling. So the most in the Nagant rifle is actually typically the magazine has 4 or 5 bullets. The panels, breaks that he used, 5 bullets.
There it is.
Horikoshi honoring the Russian rifle, 5 bullets to break the panels. I'm telling y'all, man, he's making these deeper references. So, like, those of you who appreciate this shit, man, there you go.
Let's go.
So
Make some notes.
Just one more detail within this series. Now, not only is this man, like, think about that. This man is making his points and, like, giving you the parallels within his paneling. This is what I mean when I say that Horikoshi knows how to use the medium of manga extremely well.
And I agree.
Mhm.
Oh,
My
is
nigga
that a
Squid.
late night squid?
Well, again, like I said, real life interrupted. It interrupted twice actually. So now, it's clear you're in the ending phase. So
I'll give you a
I'll
quick
give.
5-minute spit.
All right, I'll give my little end game here. So, personally, as a fan of the world of this series, I am a little bit of a collector, a historian, and the idea that the commission wasn't really properly foreshadowed as being this unethical, to me at least, I've seen that a little bit like on Twitter and stuff. It doesn't make sense because I'll actually give you chapter numbers. Chapter 59. um All Might, with this quote, essentially says, in the text, in your textbooks, they don't tell you what the Yakuza are doing. Now, this seems like a simple like idea, but the point of it is that they revise history. They get rid of elements that had actually existed and were prominent, because we learned with Compress that only like 30 plus years ago, the Yakuza held significant amounts of power. In fact, it was All Might who had ended the organized crime in terms of having any real significant power. we also have again the erasure of the history of All for One. He was known kind of as a boogeyman even to younger yakuza, old wives' tale. You know, the older yakuza knew about him, but the younger ones, he's he was this essentially kind of like this villain's fairy tale. And when you add these elements together, it combines to this idea of plausible, like they want to deny culpability because the fact is for decades All for One controlled the country. This was directly confirmed by All Might. He was the guy behind that. And to erase the fact that essentially a villain, evil overlord, controlled the country for decades and just no one really noticed, it speaks to an extreme amount of revision in their history and their education, which also kind of parallels in real life a criticism of um, the Japanese education system, that being the heavy revision of history. We see this with how schools tackle or kind of ignore the reality of, well, the Imperial Army post World War II and Unit 731 that still hasn't been officially recognized by government. And then then later on, when you combine, the fact that they're perfectly willing to use child soldiers and all, and even allow for civilian casualties, to quote, I believe, 191, when we're seeing the commission introduce Hawks's mission to us. Um, you it you should I feel like most of us should have understood by now that the commission were like they were unethical. Today we just learned that they were authoritarian. Um it's back to the chapter. I just have one more thought on this. Um One idea I had was like uh a little bit of a question here. Do you believe this chapter was made for us to kind of question the commission?
No, it wasn't made for question because we already knew that the commission was able to do stuff like this. But people that keep deny stuff like this are people that don't read. So
Well,
haters.
my idea was that, to me at least, I believe we're not supposed to take everything the commission says as fact,
Oh yeah,
considering
no.
how much. Yeah. So
Yeah.
one idea I had was, with all the mentioning of corrupt heroes, right?
Yes.
What if like the fish guy we saw?
Mhm.
What
Yeah.
if it framing is a very important narrative tool,
Mhm.
and the thing with that is, if Horikoshi wanted to like establish that these are like big bad, terrorists and stuff, why portray them so meekly, and why not instead just show us intelligence? He showed us the police's evidence when they figured out Doc Garaki
Mhm.
and uh, Ujiko were the same people.
Mhm.
So, like, when we need justification the most, we're given essentially nothing. We have to take it on blind faith, and I think the chapter is directly advocating for us not to do that. Like, the idea that perhaps maybe there was a radical sect in that group, I think is possible, but I think that a significant number of them were probably just forming a dissidence, um, from like the traditional status quo in a way that was too large scale for the commission to ignore, even if it wasn't directly involving violence.
Oh, definitely. Like, because they were like, because talking about potentially arming yourself, this is basically like she took out a branch, like what would have been a potential individual own like new colony of MLA people or something like that. like somebody who was like, maybe we
But
should
this
be
what
like thinking about this stuff. Grazie. And then they're like, nope, stomp her up right now, stomp it out.
no, it's they made
I just find the idea that all of them were like villains who did something illegal. I found that very suspicious. I just don't think that's a reasonable assumption because of the questioning nature of the chapter.
Mhm.
If we're learning that the commission essentially lies to the entire world, and you're telling me we're also supposed to, but we take their intel on blind faith, it seems like we're not really gelling with the message of the chapter. And
no, the thing about yeah, I know what you mean. I know what I mean. I understand what you mean. The see how I see stuff is that we know right now that the world of My Hero Academia, the state, because Hero Commission is the affiliation that we get from the state, the implication of the state. Because right now we never saw the prime minister, we never saw these people, but for what we know, these people work for them with and there are people that deal with the hero society stuff. These are the most important person normally about the state. That's the hero commission. These people make black ops, like we see in movies about the how states operates. Like black ops, they take children, they take them from since that they are young. When they see the potential, they take them in, they train them, they brainwash them about stuff, and they send them to do stuff, killing hero people with potential to be a threat for the status quo. Heroes are villains. That's the thing about and like you said. So in the way that they portray stuff is that everything is all right. So there is a lot of stuff that we learned from them might be truth and lies too. So like Aniki said on stream that the aspect of All Might being the symbol of peace, it get destroys every time when we heard something from the heroes
it just
commission.
keeps getting revealed as just faker and faker and faker.
Yes, the faker and faker. Because no, the reality is that even if Oman was there trying to do his best, things were happening in the back. People were doing stuff, but they were killed. With the Quirk evolution theory, it means that every time that they took that's why they took children, because every time they took the people with the best new quirks, because the quirks are getting stronger and stronger. So that's why they took also kids.
I think one thing that this chapter does that maybe perhaps you guys didn't talk about this. I feel that it also kind of recontextualizes Tenko's backstory, and I'll explain why. At least for me, because let's say a hero did save Tenko, they took him to the station and stuff, you know, he's gonna have to file a report, and then he's gonna have to mention, oh, the kid was bloody, he seemed to have this, and then he could ask the kid. They would have eventually figured out his decay, and then at that point, there was nothing stopping the floodgates from opening, and he would have been made a killer for the commission. Like, I
Facts.
feel that adds an extra layer, a tragedy to the chapter 237, is that because all of the powers at the top are unjust, Tenko, in reality would have never been saved. It would have had to be a person, and because of the hero's effects on the people, they themselves had lost their own preservation, their own ability to self-preservate and be empathetic and be their own hero, or just their own decent to to their fellow man, to their fellow woman, to their fellow person.
Mhm. Yeah, that's a great thing to say. Really, I like what you said.
And before, and I'm just gonna mention just one more thing, and then you guys can like drop it out. But um I think another thing that had me questioning if all of them were uh, guilty or not is that ultimately this relies on a prediction model. That the idea that that because they have planned that they are going that they've decided to do this now that they can't change their mind. And the thing with these like practices, these authoritarian practices, because that's what this is. Like a lot of intelligence agencies, even if they're like democratic or in a democratic country or whatever, they are authoritarian in their practice. They're never just made for the bad guys. You can see this all throughout history. Um, it just it, they go after people who they believe is a threat to their way of life.
Mm-hmm.
And you know, the thing about like the cage that is this current system is that if you're deemed a threat, they come for you next. It's never just the evil ones. It's anyone that can pose a threat.
Well,
That's the evils of authoritarianism, the philosophy, the natural effects of these practices.
and that's so yeah, like that's kind of the point is that what we like a lot of what they had was a sham. And as soon as we had like a hero safety commission that we knew was like controlling and like regulating the heroes, and we knew that they were not sending heroes to certain communities due to lower profit margins, etc. Like we knew the jig was up there. That alone should have told everybody like, oh, like this is about maintaining images. So you go to the highest population density areas that have good money, and by keeping those people happy with their access to social media, with their access to all these other like public venues, platforms, abilities, like more likely to be the ones who go on the news and have control over the broadcast ways. You keep those people specifically happy, and then the other people you kind of can neglect, and then that's how you end
I
up
think a
where
great
you are now.
example of this is Naruhara from Vigilantes.
Yeah,
The place is so, I guess, working class to where like very few like people before the trigger crisis even operated there. Like
yeah.
it was like Aizawa and like a couple others, but that's not like Naruhara is larger than just 5 heroes being able to realistically patrol it.
And the other thing though is that think about Hawk's backstory.
Never even saw a hero. They were on TV, yeah. But then you see how Deku grew up, and he's just walking down the street. He's going to school, and it's like he sees not only a debut hero, he sees a straight up like upstart, a rookie superstar, a rising star.
He sees Backdraft, a veteran. He
Back,
sees
yeah, he's got veterans. You've got these rookies. You've got debuts. Like the town's always popping. Another actor showing up. It's kind of like a idol. There's like all these new acts, these new gigs coming up, and you're always seeing them, and it's so fun. But in reality, there's these are people's lives we're talking about. This is law enforcement. Imagine if law enforcement could just like choose where to go, preferably in order to like rack up the most profits.
right.
Actually, hold on, don't do that. That already happens. It's
But
just
yeah,
like these are the dangers of like profit driven thinking when you apply it to public services, something that is inherently universal.
yeah, and that's kind of like the whole point. And like you go back to again what Shigaraki said: heroes are government-sponsored weapons of violence. Quite literally, now we see her just pulling around, just airing people out, and it kind of is what it is. Wait, I am about to wrap this up though, because it's about to be 4 p.m. over here.
Altogether, this was a top. I'll just give my rating now.
Yep.
Altogether, beautiful artwork. Um, really expanded on what I thought the commission was capable of. Lots of war crimes and human rights violations. That's. I was surprised. I thought they was only going to do like one or two. They did the whole bag. Um,
Oh, squid.
but after seeing like the nightmare that is Tartars and stuff. I think I should have expected that. And I guess, hey, I called this back in 297. I was right. Nagant was a political prisoner. That these guys weren't being, that there were some people that weren't being booked for legit crimes.
We talked about that too. Yeah, I was saying earlier, like she basically, well, in this case, she didn't necessarily get caught doing a hit, but she more or less was like, she wasn't like, the truth wasn't actually told. And yeah, it's been a while since we hit 4 hours, Snuffy. So you're right. You're right.
I mean, hey, this is a conversation heavy chapter. You know, when we get that gas, you know, you gotta pump that in the car.
4 hours.
Yep.
Yeah.
All right. Now,
Altogether, one of my top 5 chapters post 300 post 300. It's 300,
definitely.
301, 302, 305, and 314. This was a solid. This is a solid 10 out of 10 for me.
Yes, you too. We are
As
the
a
same.
connoisseur of the My Hero world.
We are two then, brother. We are two.
all right, then. We out, y'all. Glad to have given y'all an entertaining stream. Sure, people who managed to listen to the entire VOD are going to appreciate having a long conversation. Drop them hail horries in the chat. You know we out. I'm going to go try to record the review, and I should be doing a special guest feature on another channel later tonight. Well,
What channel?
you'll see tomorrow. Well, that's yet to be